My husband, Lawrence. It's ironic that he would end up with someone like me. I'm a terrible cook. I could butcher cheese on toast. But, fortunately, that wasn't a deal-breaker for him. We've been happily married for almost 20 years. Lawrence came home from reviewing a new Balkan restaurant a couple of nights ago. I was sitting in the armchair, reading by the fireplace. Our cat, Dibble, jumped down from my lap to greet him. "Penny, I'm home, darling," he called from the hallway. "I'm in here," I called back, finishing off the chapter I'd started. He kissed my cheek and I removed my reading glasses, folding the corner of my current page down. "How was it, love?" I asked as he sat on the sofa. Dibble curled up on his lap. Whenever Lawrence was home, Dibble rarely paid me any interest. He was definitely a daddy's boy. "You'd never believe me, Penny," he said, briefly covering his face with his hands before laughing. "Oh dear, was it terrible?" I asked, starting to chuckle. "It's not that," he said. "It was mostly enjoyable. However, the main course just wasn't quite there." The head chef joined me when I'd finished, asked how I found the food. Rako was his name. Huge Bulgarian guy. Built like a brick shithouse. I was honest. I wasn't rude. I didn't completely berate his work. But he was visibly hurt. And then he looked angry. "Oh, Lawrence," I said. "Have you made yourself another enemy?" He had a habit of upsetting chefs. He was a dream to me, but not always so kind to those he critiqued. "Well," he continued, looking confused. "Not exactly." I started to feel uncomfortable. I mean, he towered over me. For a moment I thought he was going to break my nose. But then his face warmed up. "No problem," he says. Then he shouts something in Bulgarian. Someone comes out from the kitchen and puts this bottle on the table. It's got some kind of vivid green liquid in it. "Absinthe?" I asked. "No, but that's exactly what I thought too. There's no way I'm drinking that shit." So Rako says, "From my country, we drink." He pours 2 shots and, I don't want to piss him off any more than I already have. So I picked up a glass. It was iridescent, like a tiny little galaxy. Quite beautiful, really. He looks at me with this intensity and I get goosebumps. Then he says something else in Bulgarian, like under his breath. He clinks my glass and we down the shots. "What did it taste like?" I asked. "Sweet and syrupy. A bitter edge, but not unpleasant. Quite delicious, actually." Then Rako shouts something else, making me jump. Another person brings out this pole and puts it in front of me. "You have dessert now," he says. Penny. It looked gross. I covered my mouth and laughed. "Oh no, what was it?" "I couldn't tell you. It was just a beige, stodgy substance, as appealing as wallpaper paste. So I'm trying to be polite, lie a little and say I'm not really one for sweets. But Rako says, 'You eat, you enjoy, you give good review, yes?' All I could do was laugh. I'm like, 'Sure, buddy, I'll leave you a glowing review if I enjoy this slop.' So I stir it, and I bring a little to my nose and smell it. Penny. Was it vile? I asked, scrunching up my face. He shook his head. No. It smelled wonderful and nostalgic. It was just like my Nana's homemade apple crumble. How bizarre, I said. And the taste? It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever tasted, Penny. I devoured the whole thing like an animal. I totally forgot my surroundings. When my head was present again, the other diners were staring at me like I was crazy. I shook my head in disbelief. Perhaps there was something in that drink. Some kind of, I don't know, hallucinogen. He frowned. I mean, Reiko was a somewhat eccentric man. It's possible, I guess. I have no other explanation. But now I owe him a positive review. Lawrence stood up, picking up Dibble and putting him on the floor. I know it's early, but I feel exhausted, he said. I'm going to bed. It was just after 9. I nodded. It sounds like you could do with an early night, love. I'll read a few more chapters and then I'll come join you. He gave me a kiss and looked down at Dibble. You stay and keep Mummy company. When he retired, Dibble jumped back onto my lap. Oh, you want me now Daddy's gone, He looked at me with half-closed eyes as he purred. I scratched the top of his head. It's a good job you're so cute. I read a few more chapters of my book, a reread of Winter's Bone, which is one of my favourites, and a perfect read by an open fire. As the flames became embers, I put Dibble in his bed and switched off the lights. Lawrence was sound asleep when I went to our ensuite to brush my teeth. However, I couldn't find the toothpaste. I could have sworn we had at least half a tube that morning. I looked everywhere. Not that there were many places to look in the small bathroom. There was a small glob of ocean blue paste in the sink, so it looked like Lawrence must have brushed his teeth. I didn't dwell on it, settling for mouthwash. The next morning when I woke up, Lawrence was still sound asleep. I headed downstairs, greeted by Dibble, who wove between my legs. I put a scoop of his dry food in a bowl and made coffee for myself. After reading a little more, I heard Lawrence get up and go to our small spare room, which was his makeshift office. I went back to the kitchen and started to fry some bacon, then made Lawrence a mug of coffee, which I took upstairs. I knocked on the door and then entered. Morning, love, I said, putting the coffee on his desk and kissing his cheek. He was in his swivel chair writing on his laptop. Good morning, honey. Thank you. Are you making a start on the magic dessert review? I chuckled, wrapping my arms around his chest. I am, he said. I have to say, it's reading like poetry. It could be one of my best reviews I've ever written. Don't be too kind, I said, kissing the top of his head. He might have drugged you. He laughed and patted my arms. I'll keep that in mind. I'm making myself a bacon sandwich. Would you like one? I'm not hungry right now, but thank you. If you're sure, I said, and turned to leave. Then I stopped in the doorway. Oh, by the way, what happened to the toothpaste? There was a slight pause before he answered me. The toothpaste? I couldn't find it when I came to bed last night. It was definitely there yesterday morning. He swiveled around, then slapped a hand against his head. Oh, yes, I bloody dropped it down the loo. I fished it out and threw it away. Don't worry, I scrubbed my hands clean. I smiled. You clumsy fool. I'll add it to the shopping list. At least we have mouthwash for the time being. I went back to the kitchen to finish my sandwich. In true Penny style, the bacon was burnt to a crisp, and the kitchen was a little smoky. I started to add ketchup when I heard Lawrence bounding down the stairs. Then he emerged in the kitchen doorway. "Honey," he said, breathing heavily. What coffee was that?" I was a little confused. "Just the usual Nescafe. Why?" I finished making my sandwich, pressing another slice of buttered bread on top of the crispy bacon. It was... He just stared at me. "It was just like the coffee we had in Florence. Remember that cafe we fell in love with?" I smiled as I began to cut the sandwich in half. "I remember it well. But it's just standard instant coffee. Maybe I stirred it differently today." He continued to stare as I picked up the plate, his mouth ajar. "That smells incredible," he said, his eyes wide. I laughed. "Stop it, you. Even Dibble would turn down my bacon, and you know it." "I'm serious," he said, salivating. I've changed my mind." He rushed towards me, pulling the plate from my hands. He bit into the sandwich and growled. "Lawrence," I said, annoyed. It was like he couldn't hear me. Grease dribbled down his chin and t-shirt, and he noisily devoured it. "I could have made you one," I said, but he wasn't listening. "Oh my God," he moaned. His eyes rolled back into his head. It was very unsettling. I slowly backed away and took the shopping list, stuck to the fridge with a magnet. I jotted down toothpaste, then crept past Lawrence, who was still infatuated with the sandwich. "It's fine," I said. "I'll grab something when I'm out shopping." I took my bag and left the house, feeling slightly unnerved. When I finished the food shop, I stopped at Greg's for a bacon roll before heading home. I took 2 bags from the car and entered the house, walking down the hall towards the kitchen. "Lawrence," I yelled, "will you help me with the bags, please? I've somehow bought more than—" As I entered the kitchen, I dropped the bags and let out a gasp, covering my mouth with both hands. "Lawrence, what have you done?" He was slumped against one of the cupboards, surrounded by several empty tins of cat food. His shirt was covered in slimy meat and jelly, as was his face. Dibble sat on his lap, licking it up. When Lawrence met my eyes, he looked ashamed. He attempted to wipe his mouth clean with the back of his arm. "Darling," he said, I think I need help." As Lawrence showered, I cleaned up the kitchen, concerned but grossed out. I was convinced it was Reiko who was responsible for my husband's behavior. So, I insisted that we pay a visit to the restaurant. He sat in the passenger seat, looking disoriented as I drove into the city. "I couldn't help myself," he said quietly. "The taste, Penny. It was beautiful. Even better than the Michelin-rated dishes I've tried." I gave him a worried look. And I lied. I ate the toothpaste. I tried not to act shocked as he looked at me sheepishly. "It's like everything I eat tastes better than the last." I patted his leg quickly. "I'm telling you, he gave you something. That's the only explanation." When we got to the restaurant, it was closed. I knocked on the door regardless, looking through the windows. "I can see people in there," I said. "Hello? I can see you. Open up." I continued to bang on the door. Lawrence leant against the building, looking uncomfortable. Eventually, a member of staff opened the door. "Excuse me," said the young woman, annoyed. "We're closed until this evening." "I don't care," I shouted. "I want to speak to the chef. He's done something to my husband." Lawrence put his hand on my shoulder and looked at the woman with puppy dog eyes. "Please, is Chef Reiko here? I really need to talk to him." "Let them in," came a loud voice from inside. I supported Lawrence as we entered the restaurant. There was the faint smell of food preparation. "Sit," said Reiko, who was a hulk of a man, as Lawrence described. I helped him onto a chair and lit it all out. "What did you do to my husband? Look at him. He was fine before he came here." "Calm down, lady," said Reiko, holding up his hands. "Don't you calm down, lady, me, you son of a bitch." "Honey," said Lawrence, a little feeble. "Please, sit down." I angrily pulled out a chair and sat, giving Reiko daggers. He sat on the opposite side of the table, hands together. "Hello again, Chef," said Lawrence. "I wrote your 5-star review. One of my finest, if I may say so. Not sure I should turn it in just yet, though. I'm having some unusual side effects." "He ate cat food," I spat. "And toothpaste, for Christ's sake." Lawrence squeezed my leg. "I did. My stomach feels like it can't take any more. And yet, right now, all I want to do is crawl into the kitchen and eat whatever that is I can smell. Can you explain that to me, Chef?" Reiko nodded. "I say special words. Give special drink. You like what you eat." "I knew it!" I shouted, banging on the table. Despite his imposing size, Reiko flinched. "You have no right to do this to people. Take it back." Lawrence took my hand. "What do you say, Chef? Can you take it back? No hard feelings, of course." Reiko nodded. "It's not for always. It's one day." He held up a single finger to reiterate. Lawrence perked up a little. "You mean, like a 24-hour thing?" "Yes," said Reiko. 24-hour thing. Tonight, you feel better." Lawrence tilted his head back and sighed with relief. "Oh, that's good news. Isn't it, honey?" "The best," I said sarcastically, helping Lawrence up. "Let's get you out of here." As we went to leave, Reiko called from behind.
"Sorry. Food mean world to me. You understand?"
Lawrence turned and nodded. "I understand. It means the world to me too. Good luck with your restaurant." On the drive home, Lawrence looked like he was in better spirits. "We should still press charges," I said. "He can't get away with that."
"I'd rather just forget about it, darling,"
he said. "The reality is, I ate some cat food. I'll get over it." "And toothpaste," I added. "Yes, and toothpaste. But remember, I've eaten worse. I've eaten your spag bowl." I laughed and slapped his leg. "You cheeky sod. But, yes, that is probably worse." When we got home, Lawrence laid down on the couch. "Roughly what time did he give you that drink?" I asked.
"I was home about 9-ish, wasn't I?"
he asked.
"I'd say it was no more than an hour or two before then.
Say 8 to be safe." "Okay, so we need to get you past 8 o'clock with no more issues. I'm not going to Pilates tonight, and I'll stay here with you."
"No, Penny,"
he said.
"I'll be fine, I promise. I won't leave this room. I'll probably just put on a movie and sleep, to be honest."
"I'm not leaving you, and that's the end of it," I said. He smiled.
"Give me a kiss."
I scrunched up my nose. I would, but all I can think about is that damn cat food.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I particularly recommend the chicken and liver variety.
"I'm glad you can joke about it, sweetheart," I said, kissing his cheek.
"Who says I'm joking?"
He grinned. Dibble made an appearance and jumped up on the couch, curling up to Lawrence. We chatted for a while until he drifted off to sleep. I lit the fire, then went into the kitchen. Despite the day's events, I was starving. I decided not to cook anything, not wanting to fill the house with any tempting smells. So I started to make the second sandwich of the day, but with just a simple cheese and coleslaw filling. As I began to slice the cheddar, I cut my finger. Not too deep, but it drew blood. "Damn it!" I yelled out, then pulled off some kitchen paper to wrap around it. I started to look through our kitchen drawer of oddments, grabbing the box of plasters amongst the batteries, hex keys, and paracetamol.
"Are you alright, honey?"
said Lawrence in the doorway. He startled me. "Oh, I'm fine, love," I said. "I just nicked my finger. You go back and lay down." He stood motionless, just staring at me. "Lawrence, go and lay down. I'll be right back in." He walked over to me.
"Let me help you, Penny."
"Honestly, it's fine," I said. "Just a little scratch." I turned to look at the bread and cheese on the counter. "There goes my sandwich again," I thought to myself. Though he didn't seem to notice. He unwrapped the kitchen roll and looked at my finger.
"You poor thing,"
he said, bringing my hand towards his mouth and kissing it. Then he squeezed my finger, the bubble of blood emerging from the cut. "Lawrence," I said, pulling away. "That hurt."
"Sorry, darling,"
he said, pulling me back.
"I'll make it better."
His eyes glazed over. Then he put my finger in his mouth and started to suckle. "Lawrence, stop it," I yelled, but he held my hand in place. He started to make pleasurable sounds. I struggled to pull away. "Let me go," I snapped, kicking out. My foot met his shin and he let go of my hand, wincing as he stepped back. I clutched my chest as I stared at him in shock. When he looked up, he didn't meet my eyes once. He just stared at my hand with a look of intense desire. Then he pounced. I fell onto the tiled floor as I gasped. He crawled on top of me and prized my hand away from my chest, biting down on my finger with a crunch. "Lawrence!" I screamed as I felt his teeth tear through my skin. His eyes rolled back like he was possessed. I struggled under his weight. "Help me!" I yelled, knowing full well no one would come to my aid. We lived in a detached house on a secluded country road. I slapped and punched at him with my free hand as he began to chew on my finger. The pain was excruciating. I heard a high-pitched yowl and Lawrence let me go, roaring into the kitchen. Blood and saliva ran down his chin. Dibble was nearby hissing. "Stay out of this, Dibble." Lawrence screamed over his shoulder. "You'd do the same if you knew how good Mummy tastes." As he turned back, I forced my knee hard into his crotch. He yelled and rolled off of me, holding his hands between his legs. I scurried up, slipping on the tiles a little. I should have run for the front door, but our downstairs bathroom was closer. "Come on, Dibble," I said frantically, but he'd already run out of sight. I briefly turned to see Lawrence stand up. I slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it, retreating to the corner and dropping to the floor by the toilet. "Penny!" came a yell from outside, the door vibrating as Lawrence pounded against it. I pressed my hands against my ears. "I need it, Penny." A crack emerged as it sounded like a heavy object was being forced into the door. It started to splinter. "Leave me alone," I screamed as the crack got bigger. The sound of splintering wood shredded my nerves. "Just a little more, darling," he yelled, continuing to smash in the door. "You taste exquisite." I heard Dibble hiss again. "Come here, you little fucker," he yelled as things crashed in the hallway. After a short while, Dibble let out what sounded like a painful yowl. "Don't touch him, Lawrence," I screamed, banging on the wall, but it became eerily quiet. I assessed the damage to my finger. I wasn't too precious about my nails, though I did treat myself to a French manicure on the odd occasion. I'd be lucky if I didn't lose the nail on that finger. It was split down the middle, and the skin was broken in several places. I gagged a little, moving my head over the toilet bowl, but I managed to stop myself from vomiting. I pulled the towel from the rail by the sink and wrapped it around my hand. I heard Lawrence's footsteps walk past the door, back to the kitchen, making me freeze momentarily. That's good," he said. Then I could hear the sound of cupboards closing before he came back again. I sat in the corner for a while, until I eventually checked my watch. It was past 8, and I hadn't heard any noise for several minutes. So I slowly stood up and put my ear against the door. I couldn't hear anything. "Lawrence?" I said quietly as I pushed the door open, looking both ways down the hall. There were little spots of blood on the wooden floor, which seemed to disappear into the living room. I held my hand against my chest and crept down the hall, peeking inside. Lawrence sat in front of the fireplace, with his back to me. "Lawrence?" I trembled. "Are you all right?" "I'm sorry, Penny," said Lawrence, like a zombie. "Did I hurt you?" "I'll be fine, my love," I said, trying to sound calm. My skin crawled when I noticed a clump of fur in a small pool of blood. "Where's Dibble?" "He smelled so good," he said. "Like, imagine all the best dishes you've ever eaten in your life, but double it. Imagine how beautiful the aromas would be." I crept closer, my hands shaking as I followed the spots of blood. "Where is he, Lawrence?" He continued, monotone. "Poor Dibble. I tried, Penny. I really tried. But the smell, it changed me. So I bit him. Hard." I shook my head as tears began to fall. "No, Please, tell me you didn't.
I wanted to, he said, and I would have, but he scratched me badly.
I heard a noise from the corner of the room and saw two glowing eyes reflecting the firelight. It was Dibble, cowering. "Oh, thank God," I said, picking him up and holding him tight against me. His body trembled as I patted him. He hissed when I felt near his tail. A few inches of the tip were missing, leaving an open wound. "Dibble, you poor thing," I said, kissing his head.
"I'm sorry, Dibble,"
said Lawrence, vacant.
"Sorry, Penny. I thought I was stronger than that."
"It's okay," I said, crying. "It could have been worse. He's still with us, and he'll forgive you. He loves you. God knows he loves you more than he loves me. And look, it's past 8. That means it's over." He let out a single laugh.
"Yes, it's over. But it wasn't over soon enough."
As I crept closer, I noticed something else. "What's that smell?"
"The scratches," he said. "They were deep. There was something about fresh blood that was just so intoxicating. So I licked my wounds. And I was in another world, Penny. It was incredible. Then I thought, imagine if that was seasoned and served hot."
There were some small jars and bottles lined up by the fireplace. Garlic oil, oregano, cumin, salt, cayenne pepper. "Lawrence," I whispered.
"Call an ambulance, honey,"
he said, turning to me as I gasped in terror. His right hand was charred and missing chunks of flesh. 2 of his fingers were stripped to the bone. Tears dampened his cheeks, but he smiled, his lips and teeth smeared with deep red.
In hindsight, I regret my actions. But I was the best thing I ever tasted.
I work as a cell tower technician. You've probably seen videos on YouTube of some guy clinging to the top of a metal tower in the middle of a huge empty nothing. That's me. It's about the best job you can get where I live without a high school diploma, and the only real source of entertainment to boot. As a perpetual screw-up with an appetite of adrenaline, I was basically a star candidate. Really, the only 2 requirements are a basic level of physical conditioning and a complete lack of fear, both of which I have. Or at least I thought I did. 2 weeks ago, the company I work for, who shall remain unnamed lest the corporate overlords find this post, sent me out to a job site about 50 miles out of town. Rarely do I have to cross state lines, but the tower in question was about as far out of the way as it gets. Big one, too. 400-something odd feet, meant to bounce signals all the way across the Appalachian Mountains from one sleeping mining town to the next. That suited me fine. I prefer working where prying eyes won't see me, for one reason: base jumping. For the uninitiated, base jumping entails throwing yourself off of a big object with a parachute on. You know when you jumped off of the roof of your house as a 10-year-old with a blanket and broke your ankle and your stepdad came out and beat you with a belt before he drove you to the hospital? No? Huh. Maybe it's just me. Anyhow, base jumping is basically the grown-up version of that. Minus the broken ankle and the beating. Hopefully. Luckily for me, secluded cell towers happen to be the perfect place for this kind of hobby. The morning I was supposed to head out, there was a fine mist sinking down into the hollows around where I lived. The locals call it moonshine weather, which translates to stay the hell inside and get drunk instead of go to work. As tempted as I was to do just that, I'd been hoping they'd send me out that way for months, and I couldn't pass up this opportunity. I should have trusted my gut. Instead, I brewed myself a shitty thermos of coffee, threw my gear into the back of my shitty Jeep, and, well, you get the idea. I drove a few hours out to the site, fooling myself all the way that the weather would clear up soon and it would be a sunny climb all the way to the top. I'd packed my parachute along with my other gear. I used to bring a GoPro along, until I realized that recording the sort of behavior that would give an OSHA rep an aneurysm probably isn't smart. I can be smart when I remember to. Anyway, I parked my Jeep outside the fence around the tower and typed the code into the electric gate. Someone had strung razor wire over the top of it, but I doubted anyone visited much, and the wire was crumbling in places. I figured anyone who really wanted to wouldn't find it hard to bypass. My suspicions were confirmed as I drove past the tiny maintenance shed sitting on the corner of the lot, and found every inch of the corrugated metal covered in graffiti. I admired it as I opened the padlock and retrieved one of the bulbs from inside. The work order said this tower needed an aircraft warning light replaced. You know, those blinking red lights that let you know there's a giant tower out there in the dark. I took one from a dusty shelf and tucked it into my rucksack, threw on my climbing rig, checked my chute one last time, and started to climb. The start of a climb is always boring, one hand over the other, rung by rung. You're almost impatient, waiting for that thrill that comes with dangling hundreds of feet above the earth. Or at least, I was. But you have to pace yourself. A fall from 30 feet can be just as fatal as a fall from 400. And if I was going to go out, I knew which one I'd rather take. Most of the time you'll see tower climbers clipping a carabiner to each rung, to fasten themselves in place as they go. I don't bother with that, unless it's a windy day. It wasn't. In fact, the air seemed unnaturally still as I climbed. If I were a wiser man, I might have paid more attention to the prickle at the back of my neck, or the sense of foreboding in my gut. But as you've probably guessed, I am not. So I didn't. Instead, I chalked it up to coffee jitters and doubled my pace. Probably just needed to take a leak. Have you ever pissed off of a 400-foot tall object? It's just as awesome as it sounds. I was around halfway up when I realized that the fog around me had grown more dense rather than less, which is strange. Usually when you get a bit of height and the sun starts to burn away the mist, you can see just fine. Typically it's all but gone by 2 p.m, leaving you free and clear to jump from the top. I'd already picked out a nice little meadow to the southeast of the tower, where I could land and have an easy hike back to the Jeep. If I couldn't see it though, that would be a problem. I'm not suicidal after all. It looked like my dreams were shattered for the day. The fog around me was so dense now that, if I hadn't known any better, I would have thought a storm was rolling in. But the weather forecast hadn't mentioned any chance of a storm, and there was still no wind. It was strangely silent, except for the dull ring of my boots on the rungs and my own breath in my ears. I paused to take a break around halfway up. There are altitude markers painted on the cell tower, so you can mark how far you've come, and I'd just passed 150 feet. Clipping a carabiner onto the rung above me for the first time that day, I leaned back and stretched, enjoying the feeling of weightlessness. I glanced down, something the veteran climbers tell you never to do. And that's when I saw it. Down below me, shrouded in mist, a shape clung to the side of the tower. I say shape, because I didn't get a clear look at it. Just a shadow, maybe 100 feet below, so far away that I couldn't really even tell if it was moving. The fuck? Now, I'm no Shakespeare, but I doubted old William would have reacted any differently than I did. I mean, why would anyone be climbing a cell tower in backwoods Appalachia on a day like this? Anyone besides me, that is. My first thought was that it was one of the graffiti artists who, finding their skills limited by the canvas of the old maintenance shed, had grown the balls to climb the tower and add a little colour to the grey steel. Good on them. Might make for a bit of an awkward meeting when they got up to me, but I wasn't about to call the cops or anything. I even debated hanging around until they got a little closer, but decided against it. That was my first and only good decision that day. Probably the one that saved my life. I kept climbing, reasoning that if my fellow climber made it to the top while I was still around, I'd congratulate them on their courage and ask them nicely to paint over one of the lights so that the company would send me out here in a month or two and I could get my jump on. I reached the 200-foot mark and took another break, feeling the cool wet air on my cheek, scratching under my thick beanie. The company tells you to wear a helmet, but I figure that at heights like this, I'd prefer my cranium to liquefy on impact if I fall. Quick and painless. I took another look down to see how my mysterious friend was doing. It was closer. I say it, because it took my brain a few seconds to register that the thing climbing up the tower towards me wasn't human. It had closed the distance between us by a few dozen feet, and it was impossible to mistake. Its arms were too long, its body too short. I caught a glimpse of dark, glistening skin through the mist, a face twisting on a knobbly neck, two eyes that were pale and milk white, like an old man's cataracts. I blinked. It was still there. One long arm swung over the other with unnatural grace, a hand large enough to swallow the entire rung, curling around the steel. The fuck? Once more and with feeling. Now, I'm not superstitious, or religious, or philosophical, or political, or really anything at all. I'm a monkey-brained tower climber, and when I saw the thing that was following me up the tower, my monkey brain took right over. I scurried up the rungs, throwing caution to the wind, my brain trying to account for what I was seeing. Some kind of prank? A TV show, right? With an absolutely insane budget. A dozen half-hearted attempts at reason flew through my mind, each one as pathetic as the last. I climbed until I was out of breath, and my mind, looking for excuses and coming up empty, swung back around to, did I really just see that? I risked a glance down. The thing was still below me, and gaining. It climbed in eerie silence, but not growling or snarling like a wild animal, just the quiet, fluid determination of a predator stalking prey. I caught a flash of movement, of a snub-nosed face, of naked skin and a mouth full of black teeth. I'd given an old meth head some change once, and she'd flashed me a rotten grin full of teeth just like that. There was only one way down now, and that was up. I climbed as quickly as I could, throwing caution to the wind. The 300-foot mark passed in a blur. 350. I was starting to flag, every breath burning in my lungs. I could taste copper in my mouth, and my eyes were blurry. I started to get clumsy. I missed a rung with my foot, almost falling. I clung there, terrified that I would feel long fingers close around my foot. I kicked the rungs once, then managed to get my boots back in place and keep going. I reached the tower's uppermost platform. The trapdoor was locked, secured by a padlock. Of course it was locked. I tore a glove off with my teeth and let it spiral away, fumbling in my pocket for the key. Nothing. My entire body was seizing with fear. The pierce that I'd been saving for the top of the tower was running down my leg. I unhooked the hammer of my tool belt and bashed the padlock. It came open, bouncing off my arm. I shoved open the door and hauled myself through, landing on the small platform at the top like a trout from a creek. Through the grates I could see the thing right below me. It opened its mouth, jaw cracking to reveal a mouth that was too wide. Inside that mouth was another mouth, and another, and another. I screamed. Well, I did my best with whatever air was left in my lungs. It sounded more like a whimper, or a sob. I stood with my back to the top of the tower, watching as it moved, half hidden below me. I slung one leg over the railing at the edge of the platform and checked the straps of my parachute. The sky was grey in every direction. Nothing but endless, mind-numbing grey. Looking back, I feel as though I should have at least had some idea of where the sun was. But there was nothing. Just an endless field of twilight. I couldn't tell which direction I was facing, or where the meadow I'd planned to land in could be. I'd be jumping blind. Into the fog. No idea of where I was headed, or even how close I was to Earth. It was insane. It was my only option. As the creature lifted one glistening arm over the edge of the tower, ready to haul itself up and grab me, I threw myself off. Normally this is where I let out a whoop, revel in the feeling of the wind on my face, the weightlessness. This time I fell in silence, eyes full on freezing tears as the cold wind scoured my skin and hair. I had a pair of goggles slung around my neck to shield my face, but I'd forgotten to put them on. I seized the ripcord and pulled for all I was worth. There was a reassuring snap of nylon against air, followed a bow-loosening tug, and my feet kicked out in front of me. Thankfully, instinct took over, giving my overtaxed brain a break. I glanced up and over my shoulder, wind whistling in my ears, but I could see no sign of the creature above me. I hauled on the steering lines, straining to see any sign of the ground below. There was nothing. A few long moments passed. Then I caught sight of a tree spearing through the mist. Another followed, then another, and then I was sailing between them, branches slapping my face, battering my arms and legs. I flew free of the trees and straight into the side of the fence at the base of the tower. Razor wire slashed through my hands as I struck the top of the fence with enough force to knock the wind out of me. I fell backward, landing in the dirt, shredded nylon billowing down to cover my face. I struggled free from the remains of my chute and unbuckled the pack, leaving it all in a heap by the fence. I limped for the jeep. Above, I could see no sign of the creature. I hauled the door open and started the engine, praying that the faulty spark plug I'd been meaning to replace for months would do me this one last solid. The engine sputtered to life. Something flew overhead, a blur. I caught sight of long limbs spread wide, of membranous wings billowing in the sky. Eyes locked on mine as the predator glided silently overhead, banking, turning toward me. I threw the Jeep into reverse, tires spinning in loose dirt. My head bounced off of the headrest as I crashed through the gate. Then I was off, jostling down the gravel-packed road. I didn't stop driving until I reached home. Autopilot must have kicked in, because I drove myself to the ER. They must have thought I was some kind of crazy person. Eyes wide, pants soaked with piss. They had to peel my fingers from the bloody steering wheel before they could get me inside. It's been 2 weeks now, and the stitches across my arms and hands are only just healing. I'll have the scars for the rest of my life. I'm writing this with the doors locked, and my stepdad's old 12-gauge leaned against the desk next to me. I should get a dog. Maybe 2. The mist is back, and somehow the mountains just don't seem as safe as they used to. The screen of my phone just lit up. The text from the company. Another job. Another site. I don't think I'll answer. Full disclosure, I was an anti-masker during COVID. No, it wasn't because they infringed on my freedoms, or that I found it hard to breathe. It was just that masks made my assignment at the time rather difficult. I'm a mercenary, a gun for hire. I contract out through a shadowy outfit based in DC. Up until 2020, my jobs had all been sandy. The Sahel, Somalia, Afghanistan. Poor places where the big governments like to play war. My jobs were the dirtiest of the dirty work. I did missions that militaries wanted to be able to distance themselves from if something went wrong. It was only a matter of time before I got a fucked up contract like I did in Romania. A memo came in from Bucharest, asking for 12 American contractors with combat experience. I didn't ask questions. The paycheck was enormous for what seemed like a cakewalk compared to keeping up with the West's war of terror. Or shit, I mean on terror. Yeah, that's it. The war on terror. All 12 of us were given different arrival dates. When I landed in Romania, 6 soldiers from America were already there, and I suspected I'd be meeting up with them. But none of my suspicions turned out right. Upon landing, I was put into a taxi hired by the government, and after several hours without so much as a pee break, I'm stepping out of the car all groggy, with my black duffels and rifle crate. A swath of great forests runs through Romania, following the Carpathian Mountains like a backwards L. I was now near the head of that L, by the Ukrainian border. I could hardly believe my surroundings when I got there. I was expecting to join a tactical team for a briefing. What I found was a thatched roof shelter. It was wallless, little more than a structure to give travelers shelter from the rain for a night. This shelter was stationed at the edge of a forest. It was some kind of checkpoint or resting point before you ventured any further into the woods. There was a single trail that snaked through the dark spruces behind it and disappeared deep into the forest. Something was off about this assignment, but my mind didn't linger on what. I stopped and breathed. The fragrance of the coniferous trees was a balm after 6 hours of smelling my cabbie's camels. But he himself wasted no time getting away from fresh air. The taxi driver slammed his door and sped off without a goodbye. A spatter of mud slapped onto me as the little car puttered away. I flicked a few globs of mud off my sleeves as I went into the shelter. There, an old man tended a fire, cross-legged, while two grey-muzzled sheepdogs rested their chins on his legs. I did not speak Romanian. I reviewed the emailed instructions I received. All they said was speak to Boyan once I arrived at the destination. I knew I wasn't being played. My contractor has a system to verify all communications. It was confirmed that the Romanian government had wanted me here. But why? Boyan? I asked, and waited for an answer. The old man nodded.
Sit, please.
He gestured at a dry spot of dirt across the fire. I moved my bags in under the shelter and sat. I'm not sure I'm in the right place.
No, you are.
Where are the other soldiers?
It is just you and me.
I laughed and shook my head. And what's our objective? I take it there's a terrorist outpost in these woods. I pointed at the trees. Or are we after wolves attacking a shepherd's herd? The old man just stared at me until I blushed and looked away. His expression was a quiet condemnation of my arrogance. When his silence had properly highlighted the stupidity of my last sentence, he spoke.
There are many tribes in these woods. They choose to live a life, unspoiled. They cut wood, carry water, catch fish. They shunned the cities to live in the woods.
He broke a few sticks in half and fed them to the fire. The dogs watched the new kindling crackle and burn before gently closing their eyes again.
It wasn't always like that. One tribe was so cruel, so cunning. They were the parasiti, parasites. They took what other tribes had, instead of making things of their own. They had no fishermen, no smiths, no weavers, only killers. This tribe, they adapted to kill and feed on humans. They grew fangs.
I nodded my head, knowing where this was going.
It wasn't Vlad the Impaler, but these sick beings that began the legends of Dracula.
I see, I said skeptically.
Well, you will come to, eventually. When nearly every tribe was wiped out, the parasiti vanished. Some say the devil took them to be his demons. Others say that they crawled into the earth to hibernate until more people populated these woods so they could kill once more. But the truth of where they went, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that they are back. I stayed quiet for a moment, expecting him to laugh at my stoic expression, to say he was fucking with me, and that there was actually a terrorist cell hiding out in the caves. But instead, he kicked dirt on the fire, and the dogs shot up and shook themselves off. Come, we have several miles to travel before we sleep. You take only what equipment you need. Rifle, ammo. Don't worry about food. I have plenty. He started off down the trail, while I stayed sitting. I thought about walking to the nearest village and buying a ride back to the airport. This was ridiculous. But who was I to complain? After all, I was getting paid the same. I assembled my rifle, slung it over my shoulder, and left the plastic case behind. In the next few weeks, I learned the world was much bigger than I ever imagined. There were full-blown cities in these woods, each ringed with walls of spruces that had been sharpened as spikes and teeming with hundreds of inhabitants. They made their own clothes, soap, and cookware. It was like I had stumbled through a portal to the medieval ages.
I stayed with Boyan off one of the main roads that connected the villages. He had a hut there, and I learned that his job was to act as a kind of highway patrol. He taxed trade between villages and made sure bandits weren't raiding the roads. But there was hardly any trade or traffic between villages when I started. The air was quiet with fear. Apparently, a family homestead had been attacked a month back. Holes were found on their necks, draining their bodies dry. The whispering and the rumors swirled that they were the parasiti, but none of the attackers were seen. With so much wilderness patrolling, one road felt useless. But Boyan said the legends were true, and in order for the parasiti to reach a village, they must be invited inside. They can't just sneak there through the woods. To be honest, the assignment didn't have my full attention. It felt like a joke. The other 11 contractors that were hired had the same job as me. They were assisting other patrols between villages. Boyan did have a radio, and no unusual activity had been reported by any of the sentries on the road. Until one by one, they went dark. It started further down the mountain range. First it was the outpost near the Serbian border. Then the woods of central Romania went quiet. It was making its way towards us. We used to get a wagon or two a day coming from the south, but all travel suddenly ceased. When the village caught word that communication with the south was gone, I thought they'd flee to the cities. Instead, they nailed closed their shutters, barred their doors as soon as it was dusk, and loaded their rifles. It felt like something was coming. One day, when Boyan and I were watching the road, the rickety wagon approached, pulled by a pair of mules, their ribs bulging against their fur. Boyan and I looked at one another, and I shouldered my rifle, stepping out into the muddy road. With not much else to do, I had dived into learning Romanian my first few weeks here. While I couldn't much speak it or read it, I could understand the gist of Boyan's conversations at this point. He did most of the talking while I stood tall and menacing with the rifle across my chest. The protocol for our road patrol was simple. Check the teeth of all persons to make sure they didn't have fangs, and second, make sure there are no stowaways in the cargo. There's sometimes men going through sacks of wool or piles of potatoes, but so far, we hadn't turned up anything. The driver wore a mask and stopped the mules. The beasts stood dumbly in the road, blinking lazily. "What is your business on these roads?" asked Boyan. I looked at the wagon. There were 4 women in the back, wrapped tight in coats. Their shawls covered their faces. "We are fleeing before the storm in the south can reach us." Boyan walked closer and I followed. "What do you know about what's happening in the south?" "Something is coming. We intend to cross the border and stay in the wilderness until this evil has passed." "Well, you can go no further without inspection." "As we expected." Boyan gestured for me to go to the back of the wagon. The women all wore masks too. This was 2020, and COVID was taken seriously here. The people knew if there was an outbreak in any of these remote villages, there would be hardly anything town doctors could do, and many would die. "Teeth," I said, and held my mouth open in a smile with my pointer fingers. One by one, the woman pulled the heavy shawls up over their eyes and showed me their upper teeth. But even before I looked for fangs, something about their movement bugged me. They moved rigidly, robotically, like something was wrong with their arms. The women held their mouths open funny too. Their lips were pushed up and curled up so I could see. They didn't smile like you would for a dentist. but there were no fangs. The last two women who showed me their mouths had fresh blood running from their gums. I indicated that they could let their masks down and walked over to Boyan. I pushed him back a few steps so we were out of earshot of the driver and whispered in his ear. No fangs, but something seems off. Some of the women, their gums are bleeding.
That is not uncommon, especially when travelers know we're checking teeth. They brush them hard to be polite. But I agree, they are strange. But they don't look like parasiti. Their teeth, they are real. But what if they stole regular people's teeth?
Boyan gave me a funny look.
Did it look like that to you?
I fought back, and to be honest, it didn't. Their teeth hadn't been replaced, and if they had, the parasiti were phenomenal dentists. No, I said.
May we go to the village?
Asked the driver. Boyan and I looked at each other. We were both on edge. If it weren't for our anxiety, it was possible we might have found nothing out of the ordinary with this inspection to begin with. Boyan waved them on.
You may go. Safe travels.
The driver raised one arm in farewell, and Boyan and I both watched him with skeptical squints. There it was again. That strange robotic movement. We stood in the road while the mules plodded on, listening to the cart moan and creak until they were up the hill and out of sight. That night, Boyan and I ate supper in silence. I was getting paid weekly, so there was no completion clause for my contract. I remember I was thinking about leaving that very night, when Boyan and I looked up at the same time. There was a sound on the wind, a wailing. We burst out of the hut, where the noise was clear. The nearest village was almost 3 miles up the road, but we heard the screams clear as day. I started gathering my things, and Boyan was already sprinting. As we got closer, we smelled smoke, and could see the orange glow of flames flicker in the sky. In the time it took to get there, the screams had ceased. The gate to the village was left wide open, invitingly. Boyan and I slowed and walked silently the rest of the way. The village still made noise. The fire leaping hut to hut was crackling, whistling and roaring. We got to the mouth of the gate, and I froze. My combat experience didn't prepare for this terror. There's speed to a firefight, a forgetfulness of fear. But this had me shaking like a child. There, inside just the gate, were the bodies of the coach that had passed by hours earlier. The man and the 4 women. Boyan bent and turned one of them over, and we both jumped back at how easily the corpse moved. It was weightless. I set my rifle barrel against the chest of one and prodded with it. The entire chest was empty. No organs, no bones. It was like that for all of them. Their legs and arms were hollow tubes. And their heads, they'd been cut in two and stitched back together. The parasiti, I said aloud. They massacred them when they got to the village. They were already here, waiting for more people to come.
No,
said Boyan, stepping backwards.
No.
He started to sprint away into the woods.
Trojan horse.
He shouted back at me. Hey, wait. But I stayed still, realizing what he meant. It was why their movements were so mechanical earlier. It was why some of their gums leaked blood. The parasite had emptied these humans out, spooned out every last ounce of flesh, and stuffed themselves inside. Oh, fuck, I said, while beginning to follow Boyan. You see, it was our fault. We were the ones that had let them in. It's been 10 months since I first remember meeting Brandon, but, according to the rest of the world, he and I became a couple 3 years ago. It all started after the surgery, when I awoke from my anesthesia-induced sleep. I nodded groggily as the doctor listed common post-operative symptoms like drowsiness, dizziness, and disorientation. Then 2 nurses wheeled me down an elevator, through the main lobby, and outside the hospital. Even though I'd arranged for my friend May to pick me up, the car that arrived was not her black sedan, but instead an unfamiliar silver SUV. The stranger who emerged from it was a tall, well-built man with hazy green eyes and tousled red hair. Panic rushed through me as he squeezed my hand and told me in a firm, deep voice that he was so glad that the operation had been a success, and that he'd be taking good care of me while I recovered. I tried to scream. I tried to explain to the nurses that they were delivering me into the arms of an abductor. But, in my weakened state, all I could manage were meek whimpers and incoherent mumbles that the man and nurses dismissed as side effects and temporary confusion as they lifted me into the car. The ignition started. As the hospital faded into the distance, I tried to beg the man to free me. With immense efforts, I managed to croak words like, "Please, don't," and "stop." But to no avail. If the man heard me, he gave no sign of it. Meanwhile, a sense of absolute exhaustion gradually descended over me. The last thing I remember before darkness overcame me was the man's loving smile, and 3 words that haunted the frightening dreams that followed. I love you. When I awoke the next morning, I found myself, to my immense relief, in the familiar location of the bedroom of my townhouse. For a moment, I wrote off what had happened as a dream, nor a hallucination brought on by my semi-conscious state. Maybe May had picked me up after all. Soon enough, however, the same man stepped into my room. He placed a tray with 2 slices of toast and a small fruit smoothie on a bedside table, and, upon seeing that I was awake, asked me how I was feeling. The scream I uttered left him flustered and pale-faced. "April, what's wrong?" he asked. He knew my name. Get out now," I hollered. "Okay," he said quietly as he backed out of my room. I mustered what energy I had to leap out of bed and lock the door. I found my phone in its usual place atop a dresser. The photo that displayed on the background of the phone screen caused me to drop it. A nauseous feeling ran through me as I picked it up and stared, wide-eyed, at the image of the stranger and me, smiling and holding hands. The sight of an ornate diamond ring on my finger in the picture, one that matched the gold band that he wore, made me dizzy. With trembling hands, I dialed 911. When the police arrived, The man, who identified himself as Brandon Harrison, spoke calmly as the officers interrogated him. Everything he said checked out. He produced a marriage license. His driver's license listed my home address. He showed the officers the numerous photos of us together that were displayed around the house.
I'm just worried about April. She's never been like this before.
Don't listen to him, I begged. He's lying. How about you and I go upstairs? Said one of the officers, who proceeded to lead me to my bedroom while her partner stayed with Brandon. When I started to ramble again, she cut me off. Look, ma'am, please try to see this from my perspective. You're still recovering from a medical procedure, and this man has everything, and I mean everything, to prove that he is, in fact, your husband, and that he lives here with you. You can't be serious. You're not going to leave me alone with this man. Has he hurt you? Threatened you in any way? Well, no, but... My voice drifted off. But, officer, I have friends and family. They'll confirm what I'm telling you. The officers left after my friends and family did the opposite. Every person I contacted swore to the same version of events. That I married Brandon almost a year ago, and that we've been living together as a couple for even longer. My own social media pages were consistent with the happy pictures of us displayed around the house. Post after post reflected us living and traveling together. My phone and text message histories, meanwhile, were filled with corresponding communications. All of it left me absolutely baffled and confounded. I had no idea what to do. I just knew that I did not feel safe having Brandon in the house with me.
It's my house too, you know,
he replied when I asked him to leave.
But, fine. I'll go to a friend's place, or a hotel, or somewhere else until you figure out whatever is happening to you. If you promise to see a doctor in the meantime. I'm worried about you.
Fine. Just go. Please. Over the next few days, I met with practitioner after practitioner. Many had records or notes reflecting my marriage to Brandon, such as me mentioning him in response to routine questions, and none could clearly explain what was happening. They all agreed that I exhibited no signs of mental or physical illness that could explain why 3 years of memories of my husband had somehow vanished from my mind.
Regardless of what's causing this,
said the surgeon who'd performed the operation.
Whether it's a truly novel side effect of the surgery, or a psychological breakdown of some kind, what's unequivocal is that you are, in fact, married to Mr. Harrison, and that you've known him for several years.
I was sitting on my living room couch, a tall glass of red wine in hand, when Brandon called. I hit decline, and took a big gulp of my drink, and leaned my head back against the wall. What the fuck do I do now? I thought. The whole world was telling me something that I knew wasn't true. During a long call with my parents, my mother had insisted that I invite Brandon back. And my father had even implied that I was deliberately lying about losing my memories of him. Logically, the only answer is that, somehow, everyone else was correct. This man really was my husband, and I was losing my mind, or in denial, or something. As much as I felt otherwise, No other explanation was possible. And Brandon wasn't acting maliciously. Instead, he was complying with everything I asked of him, to the point that he was living out of a hotel, despite having the legal right to reside with me here, in a house he apparently co-owned. If it all was some elaborate lie, then what was he gaining from it? I downed another glass of wine and called him back. He answered right away. We talked for hours. He asked about my health and the results of my recent appointments. I asked him about how we met. He related how he'd used his old red pickup truck to pull my car out of a ditch during a blizzard. By coincidence, we'd run into each other at a bar a few weeks later, where I'd insisted on buying him a drink as a token of appreciation. We'd hit it off quickly and made plans together to meet again. Before long, we considered ourselves a couple. He described leaving his apartment to move in with me, proposing to me in the park by the harbour, and planning our small wedding. He told me I'd never been as beautiful as I was when he saw me approach the altar. I don't know what's happening, April, he told me, but I love you with all my heart, and I know we can work through this. We were happy together, and we can be happy together again. I realized I was crying. He sounded so sincere, and I could sense real emotion behind his words. I believe you, I said. But try to imagine what it's like for me. To just be told by everyone that so much of my life happened differently from what I remember. Take your time, he responded. As long as you need. When you're ready to see me again, let me know. I tossed and turned all night. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was living a life that wasn't mine. Like I'd slipped from one reality to another. One where I didn't belong. Because no matter how patient and understanding Brandon acted, I couldn't change the fact that I didn't feel anything for him. I barely knew him, much less loved him. I thought about the pain he must be feeling, for his whole life to just be inexplicably upended one day, and I couldn't help but feel like I was somehow responsible. I decided to call my mother again. Honey, she told me, I would never lie to you, ever, and you know that. So listen to me when I say this. Brandon is your husband, and you need to let him back into your life. An hour later, I called Brandon and told him that I was alright with him moving back in, so long as he stayed in the guest room in the basement. Months passed with us living together like roommates. At first, we handled our own meals, but after a while, we started cooking for each other. Sometimes we'd sit at opposite ends of the couch and watch TV. I asked him questions about our time together, and he supplied me with plenty of stories. The early date during which I'd putted a golf ball so badly that it went spiraling over a fence and onto a nearby highway. The time he'd carried me for nearly half a mile after I injured myself during a jog. And our honeymoon on an Alaskan cruise. We had a natural chemistry, and he often made me laugh. At the end of the night, he'd retire to the pull-out couch downstairs. We took many walks together at nearby public parks. These outings were generally uneventful, except for one occasion when Brandon intervened to stop a crazed woman from harassing me. I'd been giving her dog, a sweet ridgeback who'd run up to me, some scratches and pets, when she started to scream at me. As I backed away from the dog, she made a hostile, guttural sound, and I noticed what looked like narrow streams of blood running down from her eyes as she wailed. She charged at me, but Brandon intervened, shoving her off me and telling her to leave me alone. Another bystander restrained her as we hurried away, and I thanked Brandon for looking out for me. Otherwise, life fell into a mundane routine. We were watching a tense movie once when I realized I'd been gripping Brandon's hand. Afterwards, he told me his back was aching from all the nights he'd spent on the fold-out downstairs. I took a deep breath. I'm being a jerk, keeping the bed all to myself. We should set up a rotation in terms of who stays there and who is in the basement.
That's not what I meant,
he replied.
I mean, yeah, the bed's more comfortable, but I miss going to sleep with you.
I'm sorry, Brandon. He continued.
I have nightmares sometimes. In them, you're living your life without me. I try to talk to you, but it's like I'm a ghost, and you can't hear me or see me. When I wake up, I'm covered in sweat. You used to be there to comfort me, but now I'm all alone, down in the dark basement. I miss you.
Brandon, I'm just not there yet. He sighed.
Okay.
I finally asked him a question I'd been holding back for weeks. Do you think I'm lying about not remembering you?
No,
he responded abruptly.
Not at all. I don't know what it is. If it was some fluke side effect of the surgery, or some kind of undiagnosed condition. But I know that you would never lie about something like this. I wouldn't have married you if I didn't trust you completely.
As much as I appreciated his words, the exchange left me feeling terrible. We were a married couple, after all. I had to assume that we'd done plenty of things together. But now, I didn't even want to fall asleep in the same room as him. The truth was that I continued to feel no meaningful attraction towards Brandon. I developed an affection for him, sure. He seemed polite, self-sacrificing, and protective of me. Perhaps he was good-looking, too, in an objective sense. But he sparked no romantic interest in me. It made me feel awful, given how kind and patient he was being to me. Maybe that would change with time. Maybe, eventually, I'd feel towards him the way I must have in the photos displayed around the house of us kissing or embracing. But what if that never happened? I couldn't stay married to someone I didn't love, no matter how good he was to me. Still, I figured the least I could do was return some of the kindness he'd shown me by switching out our rooms as I'd offered. I wanted it to be a surprise for him. After he left for work the next morning, I set about moving the belongings he'd brought to the basement back up to the bedroom. I decided to wash the sheets and pillowcase he'd been using as well. When I lifted his pillow, I noticed a slight bulge in the fabric where the mattress met the back of the couch. Reaching my hand under the fabric and up the backrest, I felt something solid. I gripped it and slowly pulled it out. It was an old, tattered book. A pattern was infused into its otherwise blank mahogany leather cover. A golden triangle stood in its center. 3 charcoal ovals lay over it, each intersecting with one of the triangle's sides. At the top, just above the triangle's pyramid tip, was a half circle. Tiny, unrecognizable characters lined its thin, sepia perimeter. Its aged brown pages were of uneven sizes. Curious about their contents, I tried opening the book, only to discover that it was locked by a narrow metal clasp with a tiny keyhole. I didn't know what to make of it. I couldn't find the key for it, and when I looked online, I couldn't identify anything that matched the pattern on the cover. It could just be something as innocuous as a vintage private diary, or a family heirloom. But the way Brandon had tucked it out of sight disturbed me. Clearly, he didn't want me to find it. And this was the first time, to my knowledge, that he tried to hide something from me. For the moment, I elected to leave the book where I'd found it, and not mention it to Brandon while I gathered more information. I had a friend who might be able to help me, after all. I took a picture of the cover, texted it to May, and carefully put the book back in its place. I pulled up to the house that May, her boyfriend Casey, and her roommate Olivia rented half of soon after. She led me away from the closed door to Olivia's room, through the kitchen, and down the short hallway to where she and Casey, who was at work, stayed. As we sat together on her bed, I noticed that May's once small collection of cacti had expanded into an indoor garden that filled at least a third of the room. "I still name them after people, you know," she said with a smirk. She pointed to a potted cactus by her desk. "Guess what I call that one?" "I dunno. April?" "No, silly," she said with a laugh. "It wouldn't feel right naming one after you. This one's Brandon." "What?" Compared to the cacti and succulents around it, Brandon was smaller in size. Yet, on a closer look, I discerned that the clusters of spines that covered it appeared particularly long and jagged. "You're ridiculous, May." She giggled. "That's what people keep telling me. But anyway, I assume you're here to talk about that picture you sent me." I started to explain how I'd found it hidden away in the couch Brandon had been sleeping on, when May interrupted me. "Wait, you still don't remember him?" I nodded. I hated the concerned expression on May's face. It was the same look of pity I'd seen on so many people. "And let me guess. Your current theory is that this book has something to do with you forgetting all about Brandon." "I know how it sounds, May. I just don't know what else to think. You used to be obsessed with the occult, and I thought maybe you'd recognize the symbols on the front." I felt my face grow red with embarrassment as I realized how unhinged I must have been sounding. May put her arm around me. "April, I'm glad you came to me. Don't ever be afraid to talk to me, okay? Olivia and I both have seen some strange things ourselves. Things that most people think are impossible. So, believe me, I'm not dismissing your theory offhand. But I don't recognize the image you sent me, and I turned up nothing when I researched it this morning. My best guess is that it's just a fancy diary of some kind. Nothing more." We talked for a while about other subjects. The local band Casey played drums in, Olivia's ongoing lawsuit against her former employer, and their landlord's efforts to find them all in a breach of the contract that kept their rent at the same level since 2017. And I felt better the longer we chatted. I was about to leave when May stopped me. "Wait," she croaked in a strangely pained, hollow voice. "May? Yes?" May got to her feet and moved slowly toward her desk. Her steps were shaky and erratic, like her body was navigating contradictory commands. She removed a small business card from a drawer and tossed it in my direction. It flew past me and landed on the ground. As I turned to pick it up, I heard a tumbling sound, followed by a sharp cry of pain. When I looked back, May's hand was covered in blood. To my shock, I realized it was stuck in a tight grip around Cactus Brandon, with dozens of its needles protruding all the way through her palm and out the other side of her hand. "What the hell?" I shrieked. "May, let me help." Her face had grown pale, and her expression was understandably agonized. 911. Call. Now. Oh my god, this hurts. Olivia and I followed the instructions the 911 operator gave us as we waited for assistance. When paramedics arrived, May repeated to them what she told us, that she'd slipped and fallen, and when she tried to catch herself, her hand had landed on the cactus. As they carted her away for treatment, I examined the card May had thrown at me. It displayed a name and an address. Monsieur Herman's Occult Artifacts, 6681 Cheshire Lane. I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know what to make of a lot of things. But once Olivia assured me I didn't need to wait at the hospital with her, I decided to follow this lead to its end. Rainfall pounded at my umbrella as I hurried from my car to the door of 6681 Cheshire Lane. The store inside was lit primarily by scented candles that smelled vaguely of black cherry. Its shelves were lined with books with titles like Encyclopedia of Demonology or Dark Magic, and incantations separated by prop skulls and Baphomet statues. I came across a bold man placing a book titled Crafting with Human Skin on a top shelf. "Excuse me?" I asked. "Do you work here?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he responded earnestly.
"How can I help you?"
There's a symbol, a pattern, that I saw. I have a picture of it. I'm wondering if you might know what it means."
"Certainly. I'm more than happy to take a look."
I opened the picture I'd taken and handed him my phone.
"Oh,"
he said as he examined it. He looked at me and then back at the image. "Well?" I asked. To my surprise, he chuckled.
"It's meaningless. There's a craftsman out of San Antonio who makes blank notebooks with this cover and sells them online. It's vaguely meant to recall some pagan symbols, but it doesn't have any particular meaning. Anything else I can do for you?"
"No," I said, a mix of puzzlement and relief running through me. "I think not." I didn't mention the day's events to Brandon. After we switched beds that night, I noticed that the book had disappeared from the couch downstairs. I decided it was likely just a diary Brandon wished to keep private, and decided to not press him on it. May left the hospital before long, albeit with an array of bandages around her hand. When I mentioned Monsieur Herman's occult artifacts, she indicated that she'd been there plenty of times before, but insisted that she didn't remember giving me the card. Over the next few weeks, the episode slipped from my mind. Brandon continued to be kind and supportive, even giving me rides to and from work when my car needed some minor repairs. I began to feel even closer and more comfortable around him. On Friday night, he prepared a fancy candlelit dinner.
"It's the anniversary of when we first met,"
he explained. I tried to picture the story he told me. Me stranded by the side of the road, and him driving up his red truck to save the day. It was a good story, and I was ready to accept it was true. We sat together after the meal.
"So, April,"
he said,
"I was wondering how you would feel about coming upstairs and staying with me. It doesn't have to be anything more than that, just us sleeping in the same bed again."
I gripped his hand. Yes, I'm okay with that, Brandon. I'm sorry for what I'm putting you through. I just wish I knew why.
"It's okay, April.
Really. Brandon, did we have plans? Like, life plans moving forward?"
"Yeah,"
he responded.
"We were trying to have a kid. We had it all planned out, names and everything. Hannah for a girl, Martin for a boy.
But don't worry about that.
We can take things one step at a time."
I felt secure enough around him that I fell asleep quickly that night. I awoke several hours later to the sounds of Brandon having a nightmare. He was sweating, shaking, and making low, panicked murmurs. I put my arms around him and whispered, Brandon, it's okay. You're just having a bad dream." He calmed down quickly. For a moment, he seemed to wake up, ever so slightly.
"Thank you. I love you, April."
"I love you too," I whispered back. He quickly went back to sleep as I realized what I'd said. I'd finally spoken those words, and I'd done so spontaneously. Maybe things really are going to work out, I thought as I dozed off again. The next morning, I waited for the dealership shuttle to arrive to take me to pick up my car. As I climbed inside the van, I saw that it had a different driver than before. I slowly realized, to my surprise, that it was the same bold man who'd assisted me at the occult store. As he drove, he spoke to me in a frantic voice.
"April, I need you to listen to me very carefully. We don't have much time."
"What are you doing here? How do you know my name?" I pulled out my phone.
No, put that away,"
he said. I realized he was driving at a dangerously fast speed in the opposite direction of the dealership.
"You want answers, don't you? Well, I have them."
"Look, if you want to talk, let's pull over and—"
"We don't have time,"
he yelled.
"Hear me out. Please. There's a reason May sent you to me."
That got my attention. "Start talking."
"You have no idea how hard I've worked to pull this off. We only have a brief window before he catches on. If we're lucky, it'll be just enough time to get to Emma. And then the two of you need to get as far away from here as possible."
"Emma? Who the hell is Emma?"
"1 second,"
he said as he merged the van onto the interstate. He then reached into the glove box and removed a Polaroid photo, which he passed to me. In the picture, I was in an orange sundress in a park by the harbour, with a beaming expression of joy on my face. A woman I vaguely recognized was kneeling before me. In one hand, she held a leash that connected to a ridgeback puppy. In her other, she held out a beautiful golden ring.
"That's Emma, your wife,"
the man said.
"She and the pup, Tessa, are waiting for us at a deserted motel, a place where you may be safe for a little while."
"My... what? No, it couldn't be."
I believe you ran into her a little while ago.
I realized where I'd seen her before. She was the crazy lady at the park, the one Brandon had protected me from. But why? If that's true...
I've studied legends about an ancient Cambion called Grousel. Until I saw you at the store, I thought they were just that. Legends. I didn't think he was real. But the symbol you've showed me, and the text, it's a book only he would have. Nobody knows for sure what's inside of it, but the most common theory is that it's where he records each alteration he makes.
He continued as I tried to digest what he was saying.
Grousel casts illusions that are almost impossible to see through, and he can command people to do what he wants. It takes incredible willpower to even notice his influence, and even more to do anything about it. Even temporary resistance can only be achieved at the cost of severe physical punishment.
I remembered the blood running down the woman's, Emma's, face as she scrambled after me. Had she been trying to tell me who she was, and who I really was? I thought, too, about May's bloody accident, just as she directed me to the one person who had the answers I was seeking.
When you showed me the book cover, he said, I had to pretend I didn't know anything about it. I arranged to pick you up, here, in circumstances that he wouldn't view as suspicious. As far as he knows, you're still on the way to the dealership. But as soon as he realizes you aren't where you should be, he will search for us. And if we're not far away from him, he'll find us.
Okay. So, Mr.
Call me Gene.
Fine. Gene. So you're telling me that this thing, or whatever you called it, is making all of this happen. But why? And if he can fool everyone else, why can't he just make me remember being married to him?
That's how he harnesses his power,
said Gene, as he took an unfamiliar exit.
He latches on to a particular target, and there are limits on how much trickery he can use on that person. Sure, he can change pictures or legal documents, but he can't go in and actually alter your memory to insert himself into your past. The more you choose, out of your own free will, to believe his lies, the stronger he becomes, and the more elaborate his illusions can become.
But why me in particular? I asked as the car turned down a dirt road that led through a thick forest.
I can't say for sure, he replied, but I suspect it's because you're a challenging target, for a lot of reasons. He could prey on the mentally unwell, or those easily susceptible to influence, but fooling them doesn't give him the kind of power he craves. He chose you because he knows how skeptical you'd be. If he behaves as the texts describe, he'll discard you in a few years, once he's sucked all the life out of you, and then he'll move on and find a new victim. April, I need to ask, how successful has he been so far?
What do you mean?
Well, prior to this ride, how convinced were you that he was telling the truth? That you were, in fact, married to him?
I don't know. We haven't done anything, really. But I was starting to believe it. Last night I even told him... Gene turned to me, a worried expression on his face.
You told him what?
Well... Watch out! I cried, pointing to the road. But it was too late. The red pickup truck that I'd just spotted speeding out from the woods sideswiped the van. Gene cried out as the world flipped upside down. I remember the smell of smoke and excruciating pain as I lost consciousness. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself in a hospital bed. My vision was blurry, and I felt sore everywhere. A doctor leaned over me. He told me that I'd undergone emergency surgery to address injuries I'd sustained in a serious car accident, and that I'd been unconscious for nearly 3 days. He said it would take months of healing and therapy before I could walk again, but that, with any luck, I'd eventually be able to make a full recovery.
"You're fortunate to have such a loving family,"
he told me.
"They've hardly left the hospital over the last few days. Do you mind if I let them come in to see you now that you're awake?"
I'm not sure why the doctor even asked, as I lacked the strength and muscle control to respond either way. The doctor got up, opened the door, and called into the hallway.
"She can see you now."
Brandon approached. He displayed a wide, toothy grin. "April, you have no idea how worried Martin and I were about you. It's going to be okay, honey. I promise. I'll take good care of you, for as long as it takes for you to get better." A small, auburn-haired child emerged from behind Brandon. Anguished fears flooded my eyes as he placed his hand gently on my face and spoke 4 words. "I love you, Mummy."
"Hey, Noah, can you draw us?"
My friend Joey practically begged me on his hands and knees, pulling his girlfriend close to him. Cindy nodded in agreement with her boyfriend's request. I raised an eyebrow, chuckling to myself. "You do realize you'll have to stand still for quite a while. I can only really draw still life stuff." They both shrugged it off, already sitting in a position they could hold for a while. I grabbed my sketchbook and got to drawing. It didn't take long to sketch out their forms, followed by the details that would make each of them unique. The freckles across Cindy's mouth, the muscles along Joey's arms, the way her hair sort of swirled like a tornado. As I leant back to take a peek at the finished product, I realized I had accidentally drawn Joey's hand on Cindy's shoulder. Or, at least I thought it was Joey's. They were not even remotely similar. Unlike Joey's broad and large hands, the fingers on Cindy's shoulder were wrinkled, devoid of any moisture. Long, rotting nails jutted out like bones from the tips of its finger, digging into Cindy's hot pink blouse. I looked over at her, but there was no hand to see. Just as I went to erase the decrepit limb, Joey took the book out of my hand. Cindy looked delighted, clasping her hands together. However, as her eyes traced the drawing, she must have hovered over the rotting hand, because her face fell. She pointed at it, causing Joey's expression to drop with hers. After a moment, his face lit up with laughter. "Oh man, that actually freaked me out for a moment. You're such an artist." He squeezed her shoulders, smiling at me. "Thanks, Noah." Cindy thanked me, half-heartedly, not so psyched about the weird hand. As I tore the paper out of the sketchbook and handed it to them, I couldn't help but wonder why I drew that. I don't recall doing so, not consciously at least. In all likelihood, I did it because I saw someone hold something and that image stuck with me. I wasn't sure why the hand looked so twisted, but I wasn't going to question the coincidence. It was just one of those weird moments, nothing more. Still, I couldn't get the hand out of my head. On the bus back home from school, I pulled out my sketchbook and began doodling the girl sitting in front of me. I wasn't the type to do this, but I needed to see if what happened was just a one-time occurrence. The drawing started off fine. She was wearing a dark coat and was staring at the phone in her hand, brown hair draping over her face. That should have been all that there was. But my hand continued to move. I began drawing another figure, this one far more inhumane, with decomposing skin, gnarly bones protruding from underneath. Slowly, its form became more apparent. Though humanoid, it was obviously anything but human. It was perched on the shoulders of the girl, head tilted with curiosity as it watched whatever the girl's phone was playing. Where eyes should have been were instead replaced by hollow sockets, flies entering and exiting. Its mouth, agape and forever held in an expression of shock, seemed to sag, the skin connecting the jaw and the skull teetering on the edge of ripping apart. Despite the fact I couldn't see it, I was able to draw the thing with extreme detail. Each pore, each blemish, every wrinkle, each hair, everything about it was etched into the paper with perfect accuracy. Frantic, I flipped the page and drew the girl yet again, this time in far less detail. I realized that the constant scratching of lead on paper was disturbing the other passengers, but I couldn't stop. Once the silhouette of the girl was finished, my hands yet again moved on their own, muscle memory guiding each careful stroke. The creature was yet again seated on the girl's shoulders. Only now, it wasn't looking at the girl's phone. It was looking at me. One final time, I flipped the page and scribbled an incoherent mess that barely resembled the girl. But the feeling of needing to continue to draw ceased. The thing moved. In that instant, I hopped off at the next stop and dashed for my home, cradling the sketchbook to my chest. I frantically looked around, drawing the scenery in the hope that I'd be able to find that thing again. Each time I did, it would be there, either waiting for me with a curious tilted head, or running along the roofs on all fours, still glaring at me. Eventually I reached my house. Once I spun around and locked the door behind me, I made a quick sketch of the door. To my horror, the urge to continue drawing once I finished continued, and the ghastly expression was printed behind the window. Somehow, despite the fact it had no eyes, I knew that it was making eye contact. Scared beyond belief, I ran to my room, barricading it with my bed and dresser. Then, huddled in the corner on the opposite side of the door, I began filling the pages with drawing after drawing of the entrance. At first, there was nothing special in the first 30 pages or so. But then came those nails, those long, black talons that held the bottom of the door, trying to pry it open. It tried and tried, each drawing showing the thing's hands in a different position. I thought it would give up, but I'm on my third sketchbook now, and it still hasn't stopped. I'm writing this now to give my sore hands a break. It's beginning to wear the door down. Nail marks cover the outer frame. Splinters of wood are sticking out, and the paint itself has begun peeling away. Calling the police isn't an option, and the room doesn't have any windows. I can't leave. I don't even know why I'm bothering to post this. I guess it's some sort of last wish. I know this probably comes off as some sort of schizo rant, but it's not. There are things that don't live in our realm of existence. Maybe it was my fault for being so curious, putting my nose into places where it shouldn't go. But I couldn't help myself. If you ever find the need to draw something that you can't see or feel, ignore it. Keep your distance. Put your pencil down. Just for the love of God, don't let it know you can see it. Because it can see you. Could you send in the closet man? I asked my secretary. She sighed and I heard her yell for him. I could hear the distinct thumps on the ground before hearing the familiar tone. He's on his way, from my secretary. There was a knock on the door. I adjusted my desk and walked up to the door to open it. There, standing in casual clothing, was an 8-foot tall man. His face had a large split down the middle, exposing rows of sharp teeth. His eyes were glossy white, and legs were nothing but long stumps which struggled to keep his body balanced. He bared his teeth somewhat, smiling as I gestured to the couch where he slowly sat down. "How are we doing today, Vic?" I asked. He covered his face with his fingers.
"Relatively bad, so to say,"
he hissed. He reached his hand down to pet my cat, who was cuddling against his leg. I smiled as I sat down and asked my first question. "So, what brings you here?"
"Every night I go to a different house, hiding in the closet of unsuspecting kids, cowering beneath their blankets in an attempt to introduce them to the meaning of fear. But as of late, I've been finding my job has already been completed. So I tried teenagers. They were even worse. They had boxes and socks filled with..."
He cut himself off. I tried to motion for him to continue, but he looked up at me with genuine concern in his glossy eyes.
"Trust me, you don't want to know what I've seen when it comes to them. It's barbaric. It's sickening, even for me. I mean, I don't have a stomach, but it makes me want to throw up."
He gagged at the thought. I took down notes. "So, it must be pretty bad out there lately, huh?" I asked after a moment of silence. He looked up at me.
"I told you about the oath all of us monsters took when we hide under the beds or closets of kids, right?"
he asked. "Yeah, that you would never hurt any child, no matter how much you wanted to," I answered. He nodded.
"Lately, during my nightly calls, there was something else with me. I can't begin to describe it. It was this feeling of pure evil, darkness, that void feeling you have when you feel you're in danger. I hid in this child's closet, and I could only describe it as just this dark cloud which passed over the house. It was the closest I've ever been to being afraid for myself."
He shuddered. "Was there a possibility it was the boogeyman? I mean, next time he comes in, I'll ask if he knows about this and see if we can..."
"It's not him. It's not the boogeyman. It's not any monster or demon I've ever met. It wanted me dead. I knew it did. I have a lot of angels out to get me, but this wasn't an angel either.
He had a look of pure terror on his face. He began to tear up as I looked outside of my window to see a strange man lurking in the shadows. What the hell? I asked out loud. So I called my secretary. Hey, Kelly, is there anybody scheduled after the closet man? I asked, knowing the answer. No, but there was someone in here earlier asking about someone by the name of Victor. I dropped the phone. Victor was the closet man's real name. The name before he was given the job of being a monster under the bed. Vic, we need to get you somewhere safe. I don't think you're safe here, I said. He stood up on his stumps and awkwardly walked to the door.
Where do we go?
He asked. I shrugged and we both walked out of the office. He dissipated into smoke and moved along the shadows as I walked out of the office with him, tailing close behind me. The man was standing next to a pole about 100 feet from my car. I began to panic as I rushed into the car. Victor took form in the car again, taking up the entire back seat. I looked in the mirror and sighed with relief. When I turned to the passenger's side, I screamed in terror, as did Victor. The man was standing next to the car, asking me to roll down the window. I was frozen in fear, and I tend to real monsters. This made no sense. Everything I had seen, werewolves, skeletons, ghosts, the literal boogeyman, and yet I trembled in fear of this man. He had a steel grey mustache. His hair was unkempt, looking like it was covered in cornstarch, and he was dressed like a businessman. He gave a warm smile as he reached out for me to shake his hand.
My name is Timio. I just wanted to touch base with you.
He smiled. Victor gave me a nod before I opened the door for this strange man.
Do you know who I am?
He asked. I shook my head no.
Typical. Nobody knows me anymore. They rely on your monsters. Ghost stories by the campfire to tell the stories of beings beyond your comprehension.
He sighed. I gripped the steering wheel with all the strength in my body, trying to comfort myself.
You see, Tess, you can see them, even though you aren't a child. Every child forgets, but you never did. That is why you see them. That is why you see me. But my time is coming.
I stopped gripping the steering wheel. Victor spoke up.
What do you want from us?
He asked. Timio looked back and smiled.
It's not about what I want from you. It's about what I'm going to do to all of you.
He said happily. I felt a pit in my stomach. This man was giving off the energy of pure evil in physical form. Lucifer, I said quietly. He laughed hysterically. Almost like a madman.
Trust me, he wishes he was me. He wishes he had the guts to do what I'm capable of doing.
Which is? He cleared his throat.
Killing the monsters, of course. Introducing a new way of making them fear. Sending a message that monsters are monsters. They kill, they torture, and they enjoy it.
I tried to grab Timio, but immediately he turned around and stabbed Victor in the face with an ornamental dagger. "No!" I screamed. He smiled as he opened the door.
"My time has come. It's time for humanity to be put back on the food chain. For all of us,"
he said, before walking away and dissipating into a black cloud of smoke. I removed the blade and threw it out of the window. I tried to wrap the wound, but the blood was seeping out too much. Victor gasped in pain as he tried to help cover the wound.
"Please, Tessa, don't let him win. Think of the kids,"
he sputtered out, before going limp in the back of my car. I cried softly as the sun began to set. The next morning, I walked into my office to find a thick envelope sitting on my desk. I opened it up and began to cry again. In the envelope were photos of slaughtered monsters. Dracula had been impaled. A werewolf with a dagger sitting in his head. The boogeyman. Demons, all ripped in half. Inside was a note written in monster blood. It read, "The night is my domain now. There are no saviors, no monsters to hide under your bed. Just fear. I am the darkness. I am the meaning of fear. And now the entire human race will experience how it feels to be back on the food chain. Good night, Tessa." The note was signed by Timeo. I already knew that I couldn't stop it. And now, it's out there. Fear. You know when you remember something from your childhood that didn't make sense at the time, but does now? Like that joke in a movie that all adults laugh, but you just can't see what is so funny about it. Or when your parents are worried about something, but you just can't grasp the seriousness of the situation. For some reason, I feel like a great deal of my childhood is plagued with inconsistencies. Things I didn't notice until very recently, but different from a joke. My childhood inconsistencies are kind of unnerving. I've been trying to write this for more than a year, since I started recalling these events in my mandatory therapy sessions. And to explain the past, I sort of have to talk a little about my present, as weird as it seems. A few years ago, I was found in the middle of the night on the roof of my university, just close to the edge and about to jump. The weirdest thing was that I had no idea how I got there, or why my shoulders were covered in bruises, as if I had been clawed by a wild animal. For obvious reasons, my university gently forced me to start taking therapy sessions. At first, I had sort of a resistance to touch on my past with Dr. Norma, my psychiatrist. But with the time, I loosened up and started telling her about my childhood, because she suspected that somehow it all started there. I objected at first. I've been having these blackouts and periods of time that I can't remember what happened since forever. But doctors can be very persuasive when they want. But I can tell from the nightmares I've been having since therapy started, and the horrified expressions that form on her face as I recall my past, that something is very wrong. I can't pinpoint the exact moment that my Uncle Peter appeared. For some reason, My memories always get murky when I think about him. He's a member of the family. He raised me. He's my freaking uncle. And yet, sometimes I feel as if I barely know him. Or worse, as if he's fake. As if he never had existed at all. As if he was a made-up memory. It's hard to explain. I want to cry, run, smile, laugh, and pluck my eyes out when I think about him. I can't recall his face, nor his physical attributes. I try to search for them in my memories, but they keep changing. Sometimes he's blonde, sometimes he is bald. Sometimes he is dark-skinned, and sometimes he's Caucasian. Sometimes he was the tallest person in the room. Sometimes he was the same height as me when I was 6. He is my uncle, and he lived with us for years. But I do not recall when exactly he moved in. He sort of just appeared there one day, in my apartment. And I don't know if he was my father's brother or my mother's. I asked them several times as a kid. They always evaded the question or acted confused. I asked my grandmother, she was my father's mum, if he was her son. She either would refuse to answer or start coughing when I asked that. The one time I asked him, he asked, "Do you really want to know?" When I confirmed that I did, he grabbed me by the neck and suffocated me until I passed out. Uncle Peter did not have a room. He lived with me, my mum, my father, and my granny in our old apartment. There were 3 bedrooms. He had no room. He could sleep on the couch if he wanted, or easily fit a small bed into the living room. But no. In the corridor that led from the entrance of the apartment to the kitchen, bathroom, and living room, there was a crack. The building was old and there were cracks and sounds from the pipes, but this was not an ordinary crack. It was a big one. It almost looked like a spider web or a glass crack, because it spread all over the wall. In the center of this decadent, prominent fissure was a black, repulsive hole. It seemed so disgusting, infinite yet intriguing. I remember, as a small kid, staring into it, along with my parents and grandmother, as if we were hypnotized for hours and hours. I don't remember why we did that, but I remember doing that at least once or more per week. Uncle Peter somehow lived there, inside that crack. Uncle Peter lived inside the wall between the corridor and the kitchen. It was not even 30 centimeters wide. It doesn't make sense. I know Dr. Norma at first thought I was mocking her, but he lived there. Every night when we were going to sleep, he simply went to that gap and sort of entered it. I don't know how the fuck he did it. Even as a child, that intrigued me. But even though he lived with us and almost never went outside, I never asked him. And I just don't know why I never did. Once I even tried to enter it like he did. The fissure extended all over the wall and a bit on the ceiling, but the hole was only slightly larger than my hand. And it was so disgusting. But I didn't dare put my hand in there. Only Uncle Peter could. Since before I was born, we had a maid. I don't remember her name or face, but I know she existed. I vividly remember her cleaning the house and taking me to school. And I remember the last time I saw her. I was at home with grandmother watching television. Uncle Peter was out that day. It was around 5 p.m. My parents weren't home yet. It was rare for him to go out, but he sometimes did. Sometimes for a few hours, sometimes for weeks. One of those times that he was not home, the maid decided to clean the gap in the wall. She tried to use a flashlight to illuminate it, but it was still pitch black.
I remember this because she asked me to bring the flashlight to her. "What is this? Mold?" she said, and then she put a finger in there, just to touch the crack in the wall, and then she was gone. I looked around. She was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Peter's head appeared, coming out of the hole, and told me and Granny that we should never go into his room. I remember the police coming and questioning us, but my parents said we never had a maid. We did. I can't remember her name or face or features, but I remember how she disappeared right in front of me. Uncle Peter also had some weird habits. He never worked. I asked him once why he never did. He told me, "I'm an athlete." I replied, "What sport do you play?" And he said, "Blood sport." He never elaborated further, but my parents told me that he worked harder than anyone ever could. Another of his strange habits was that he didn't eat the same food as us. He liked to eat raw meat. I don't know where he got it from, but it wasn't food from our refrigerator. Uncle Peter also liked to stare in the corners of my room or to stay under my bed when I went to sleep. And sometimes, when I couldn't sleep, he would read for me. I knew he was reading due to his voice, but I never saw him holding a book. The books he read to me: The Shining, Malleus Maleficarum, It, the Necronomicon, Tampa, Mein Kampf, 30 Days of Sodom, among many others. Needless to say, that didn't help me sleep, but it did help me develop precocious chronic insomnia. He also sometimes just laid on the floor, eyes wide open, and would start screaming. Sometimes he'd do this in the early morning, sometimes way past midnight. And his screaming was... I can't describe it. It sounded human, but not like his usual deep, raspy voice. It sounded like an animal too, but not one that I know. It was so strange. My father once tried to beg him to stop screaming. He was lying on the ceiling, screaming, as if his bright yellow eyes were filled with terror. Yes, he also had a habit of walking, hanging, and lying on the walls and the ceiling. Uncle Peter grabbed my father by his arm, and then bit and ate one of his fingers. And that wasn't the first time he abused my parents. Every 4 days he would enter their room in the middle of the night, and I'd just hear screams, whimpers, pleads for mercy, and moans of pain, both from my father and mother. Very rarely he actually left a mark on them, but clearly he was abusing them, and I don't even like to think on what he was doing. Something strange also happened after my uncle appeared. Our street was poor, decrepit, and filled with old buildings and houses, but a lot of people lived here. It was a no-end street, and I always hung out with the other children, and the adults always came together to celebrate holidays with barbecue or watch football and drink booze together with a projector that one of our neighbors had. This abruptly ended when I was around 6 years old, the time that Uncle Peter started existing. The street was never heaven, but a wave of criminality and violence started. People started to go missing and move out. Neighbors stopped talking to each other, began building walls, installing cameras, and buying dogs, before ultimately leaving or disappearing. I remember one case that was particularly bizarre. Even the local press appeared at the time to investigate, even if they only stayed around for 3 or 4 days. The house just across the street from our apartment block was one where these strange acts occurred. A family lived there. They had a daughter. I used to play with her on the weekends. One day she returned from school to find her entire family dead. There was blood everywhere, but no meat could be found. only some of their bones, with clear bite marks. She was taken to live with her grandparents in another state. I tried to add her on Facebook some years ago, but she deleted her profile right after. After a few years, most houses on the street were completely abandoned. We still attended the community meetings nevertheless, even if it was just me, my dad, mother, granny, and Uncle Peter and the entire party. There was one of those barbecues that previously had several families and now had less than 10 people, that my father asked one of the few remaining attending neighbors to take a photo of our family. It is the only photo that Uncle Peter agreed to appear. He normally hated even the mention of being photographed. There were other family activities we did together. He liked to watch movies, more specifically, horror movies. We would gather the entire family and watch movies almost every Friday. Something happened during those movie sessions. We never ate anything during them. Nobody ever went for a bathroom break. Nobody even talked. We always sat there, either on the couch or on the floor, and watched. Uncle Peter liked to watch the most deranged films possible. Martyrs, Salo, Serbian Film, The Hills Have Eyes, Requiem for a Dream, Halloween, Sinister, Insidious, The Exorcist of Emily Rose, Saw, Rosemary's Baby, Caligula. I vividly remember watching all of these movies before I was even 10, which I now realize is completely nonsensical, since a few of them were not even released when I watched them. After I was around 10 years old, Uncle Peter declared I was nearly an adult, so he could show me less childish movies. The movies I mentioned before were for children in his view. I won't say with detail what these adult movies were, but they more than once gave me nightmares. That is because often my uncle was acting in them. Because often there were people, real people, the people that I knew, being tortured in these movies. And sometimes I was in these movies, both as a torturer and a victim. These movies involved far worse things than merely jump scares. And the worst, I never remember acting in any of the movies I appeared. There was a particular brutal one, involving our family, that we watched when I was around 12. I will not say exactly what happened in the movie, but it was extreme and gory. This was the only time we managed to break out of the TV trance. My mother, father, grandmother, all were crying in despair. I was vomiting. Uncle Peter was smiling, sitting in the corner of the room, surrounded by shadows, laughing. My grandmother then fell over. My father hurried towards her. The experience was so overwhelming that she had a stroke. We had to take her to a mental institution after this. I visited her a couple of times, before somehow completely forgetting she ever existed, along with my parents. I still wouldn't remember her if it weren't for Dr. Norma. I need to visit her again someday, but I fear how she will react when I reveal that I never saw her again, because I literally forgot she existed. Uncle Peter lived with us for a lot of years. As a pre-teenager, I didn't have many friends. My constant blackouts, memory issues, disgusting, ever-appearing and unexplained wounds, and weird, creepy behavior, and subjects I talked about didn't help. My schools tried to talk to my parents about these issues, to suggest that I should get psychological or medical help, or even threatened to call CPS. But they'd usually just transfer me to another school. Once, though, a CPS agent did show up in our home, but Uncle Peter whispered something in his ear, and he literally peed himself before excusing himself out. I was able, despite all the odds, to become friends with 2 other guys from one of the various schools I went to. They were neighbors, and I went to their homes after school and in weekends to play video games or hang out with them. Even if the violent wave had reduced a little, it was still a dangerous neighborhood, but my parents didn't seem to mind. One day, I went to the house of one of my friends, as usual, after school ended at 6 p.m. I usually stayed there until around 8:30 p.m., when I'd walk back home. The journey was less than 10 minutes, so I was not very worried with getting home in the dark. But that day, I returned earlier than usual. I was playing FIFA with them when I had to go to the bathroom. When I exited the toilet, all the lights were out. I did not see him at first because of the darkness, but I did when I adjusted my eyes. Uncle Peter was there, crawling on all 4s in the wall. I asked him how. Why was he here? He merely looked at me. This is one of the only times I vividly remember his face, without it being blurred or weird. It looked almost like a mask, as if he was wearing someone else's skin. His eyes were bright yellow, a sickening, decadent, hideous yellow, shining in the dark. I could see his teeth and even some of his jawbone, through a few rifts in his skin. His teeth, bones, they were all dark green. He let out one of his screams, but this time way louder and more violent than usual. At that moment, I knew that I would die if I did not leave. I ran out of the house and went home, completely freaked out. Sometimes I think he maybe didn't recognize me that day, or just wanted to scare me. But it's useless. I don't understand how Uncle Peter thinks, and probably never will. I don't remember what happened next, but the next time I tried to visit my friend, his house had burned down. I then tried to see my other friend, and his apartment was abandoned. And worse, I can't remember their names or faces. I tried to ask the neighbors if anyone knew what had happened, and people always gave me contradictory answers, ranging from no child ever lived there to they moved to Sao Paulo. A few years later, I was able to find one of these friends on Facebook. I tried to befriend him there and sent a message. He replied, "Leave me alone, I beg you," and deleted his profile. He did not block me. He literally deleted his profile. After losing my last remaining friends, my subsequent years would be of utter social solitude were it not for her. Her name was Carol. I met her in a bakery when I was around 15. It was owned by her mother, and she worked there to help sometimes. I ended up getting her phone number and we started dating shortly after. It may seem extremely weird, but for some reason, I didn't think Uncle Peter was all that bad. He does something to you, like to your mind. I don't know how. It may even seem childish, but I don't think he's human. I know, I'm talking nonsense, but everything surrounding him seems so wrong. He does something to you. You kind of forget, or unwillingly ignore his misdeeds. I still loved him. I still somehow do, by instinct. But even with all his brainwashing and manipulation, my abused brain somehow knew that I had to be careful with that man. So I avoided telling him about Carol, or anyone in my family. Not that it mattered. One day, after 10 months dating, we were finally ready to do it. You know what I mean. Her parents were out of town. Uncle Peter said he'd be out for 3 days the day before, and my parents were at work. Also, it was storming outside, so they would surely be caught in traffic should they come back early. giving us more than enough time. She came to my apartment. She admitted the place was creepy. I had avoided bringing her there, for obvious reasons, but we were so excited that neither of us cared. We were inside my room, my door locked. She had just undressed when the lights suddenly went out. There were a couple of seconds of darkness. She hugged me by instinct, and then lightning outside for half a second. And in that brief moment of light, I saw he was there, in the corner of the room, looking at me, smiling sickly. And I don't remember what happened next. I just remember waking up, and she was gone. I tried to call her, her father, her mother, even going to her school, house, and the damn bakery. She was nowhere. And fuck me. Something in my mind forced me to not tell anyone about what happened. I didn't even have a rational reason. I just couldn't. Even with all of Peter's trance, I was starting to see a pattern. My friends, my neighbors, my maid, my grandmother. It was a dirty, blurry thought. That Uncle Peter was behind all of it. One that was obvious, but always wiped from my brain in less than 5 seconds. Some days later, Carol's father called me, crying. Her body had been found. Mangled, broken, brutalized, violated in ways that should not have been possible for the human anatomy. On her bed, inside her bedroom. Her father was furious and broken and devastated. I could feel it in his voice. I still have nightmares about that call. I remember him saying, "Whatever did that to my princess." I used to call her my princess when she was a little kid, you know. The monster that took her from me. He took all her organs. I looked up, and in front of me I saw Uncle Peter, sitting in the kitchen, eating raw meat. He extended his long, creeping hand and offered me a bite. Even now, as I write this, I feel the horror I felt in that moment. The grief, the terror, the disgust, sorry. I'll continue. I don't know how it happened, but at this moment, it all came together. I saw the cannibalistic thing sitting in my kitchen. It was a cryptic, a strange bony creature, trying to disguise itself as human, using rotten human skin grossly sewn together. That thing had been living with us for years, torturing us, gaslighting us. I grabbed a cleaver and jumped at him. I managed to hit his eye. A strange, corrosive green liquid squished on my forehead, burning me. And to this day, I have the scar. I never saw the thing so angry as that day. Peter hit me in the face, instantly breaking my nose. And then he put me on the dinner table. He called for my mother and father, held me, and he made my pet, forced them to... Sorry, I can't. I won't. A few months after Uncle Peter did that to me, he also did something to my father, even if I don't know exactly what that was. I remember waking up one night to my father screaming, his voice a mix of hatred and terror. Maybe someone broke into the house or he hurt himself, I thought. I quickly got out of the room and went to the living room to check. Father and mother were nude, covered in blood, vomit, and bruises. Uncle Peter was in the corner of the room, grinning and holding a broken bottle of wine. "Isaac, go to your room. You do not want to see this," my mother shouted. Peter was laughing. and then I saw it, in the hands of my father. A revolver. But Peter did not seem scared. He was openly taunting them and laughing. My dad pointed the gun at Peter's head and shot 3 times. Within each bullet, each time he pulled the trigger, there was so much rage, so much grudge, so much bitterness. I knew that monster was family, and my conscience was warning me not to, but I wanted to celebrate. Obviously, Dad's plan didn't work. Peter grabbed the revolver out of my father's hand, reloaded it, and then shot him in the knees 6 times, 3 bullets for each knee. Peter then entered his hole in the wall. We had to hurry my dad to the hospital, and my father never walked again. When I was 17, one night I arrived home late, after spending the entire afternoon studying for my exams in the library. Our building was literally the only one which was not abandoned. The entire street had become a ghost town. Not even slums had houses so cheap. And yet, nobody moved in. Not even crackheads or squatters tried. The place had been empty for years. But not that day. The street was swarming with people. There were even people from the news. Police cars were parked in front of the building. And some people in biohazard suits coming out of my apartment block. "What happened? I live there," I said to one of the police officers. Didn't even answer. He pulled his gun out and ordered for me to surrender. Turns out there was a serial killer operating in our building, thanks to an anonymous tip they found. Hundreds of human bodies, bones and skeletons had been found all over it. And we were the prime suspects. Prime suspects of killing literally all of our neighbors. Me, my mother, and my father. "What about Uncle Peter?" I asked the policeman at the station. They said I did not have an uncle named Peter. We did not even live there officially. The record said that we were living literally in another city somehow. My parents were also imprisoned. My father was apprehended at his work, while my mother was home at the time. It obviously did not make sense. We would not be able to kill so many people. No one would. It would take an army of serial murderers to hide that many bodies. Yes, they arrested us. And as I was being led into the patrol car, I saw him one last time. I looked to the windows of my apartment, expecting to see him grinning. "Why are you looking at those windows?" one of the cops said. I looked at the policeman, and then I noticed his skin was completely rotten and full of stitches. His eyes were bright yellow. There were portions of a green bone visible through tears in the decadent hide. That was the last time I saw my uncle. Please, don't read this post in public. Don't read it on a computer, or on an iPad, or on any large screen for that matter. Even if you live alone, don't sit with your back facing a larger room. If someone or something was particularly good at hiding, slender, quiet and quick, they could easily be in the same room as you, peering in through a window, or tucked behind the furniture. Ideally, read it on your phone, lying on your back, with the screen no less than 6 inches from your face. Please, keep the lights on. It makes it harder for them to get close to you.
Think about whether you heard something out of the ordinary in the last few hours, such as a creak in the floorboards, the knock of something bumping into furniture, or a door inexplicably opening or shutting. If you have, please, close this down right now and stop reading. There is a good chance something is watching you. I live in Auckland, New Zealand. Me and my girlfriend live in uni accommodation in the city. I lost contact with my high school friends, so practically my entire friend group lives in the same building. The uni dorms are very large, very full and, unsurprisingly, very loud. It's common to see and hear drunk students and party guests throughout the halls at night. You begin to tune it out over time and stop paying attention. Perhaps that's why they were less careful around us. Anyway, orientation week was coming up and my mates and I thought it would be a good night to go out clubbing. I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but all the nightclubs here treat orientation like it's Christmas. Toga parties, angel and devil nights, the whole lot. The rest of my group chat hardly even replies to messages like this, but I can always count on Ethan and Andre to come out to town. So, last Wednesday, we headed to Sapphire. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Sapphire. It's always too crowded, and there's no seating whatsoever. But Andre was set on going to this gig tonight, so me and Ethan kind of just followed. We got into the club with no problem, as we had only had a few pre-drinks. I thought I saw someone cut in front of us as the bouncer was checking our IDs, but they couldn't have. There was another bouncer on the other side who didn't seem to see anything, so I didn't really react to it. Andre went off to mosh while me and Ethan went to order some drinks. Ethan orders a beer. I order a Jaeger bomb. Just as the bartender hands me my drink, I hear Ethan's voice next to me.
Is that dude staring at us?
I paid no attention to Ethan. I didn't even look around, as I was too busy paying the bartender. I didn't really even take in his words because I was too busy wondering how a shot of Jaeger and Red Bull could combine to cost $12. But before I could reply, a full bottle of beer shattered around my feet. Ethan's beer. I flicked around to see what had happened. Ethan wasn't stupid, and he wasn't drunk. Had someone knocked it out of his hand? But Ethan was gone. At first, I assumed he had just headed into the mosh pit to hang out with Andre. But then the bartender spoke up. "Did you see that?" She laughed, before looking around confused. "See what?" I replied, a bit bewildered by the whole situation. She replied, "I swear I just saw someone run into your mate." I looked behind me. I looked at the ground. No Ethan to be seen. Looking at the floor, I think I remember a pair of legs sprinting past me, but I was focused on looking for Ethan, so I didn't really register them or react to them. Confused, I looked up at the bartender. She was gone as well. Where had she gone? There was another customer behind me in the line, and she was the only one behind the till, so she wouldn't just leave her post like that. I was beginning to get freaked out. I pushed my way to the mosh pit to Andre. Maybe Ethan was with him. Andre was in his own world, dancing in the mosh pit. He was focused on the DJ, focused on the girls, focused on dancing along with everybody else. As far as I can tell, no one but me even saw what was standing behind him. I can't tell you what I saw, for reasons I'll explain later, but trust me when I say this thing was not human. Although, yet, human enough that it could almost blend into a crowd like this. Almost. I was about to call out, to scream or point, to call security to signal to Andre to run. Thank God I didn't. Because as soon as that creature turned around to face me, everything clicked. Ethan tried to point something out to me, and then he vanished. The bartender called out his attacker, and she vanished too. Yet Andre, and everyone around him, were minding their own business, and they were fine. As it turned around to face me, its hideous features burned into the back of my eyelid. I calmly brought out my phone and began texting my girlfriend. I'm coming home. Do not text me. Keep the doors locked until I arrive. I'll explain everything when I get there. I turned around as calmly as I could and walked away. I walked up the stairs and turned up the road. I heard a side door open. I did not react. I heard footsteps scuttling behind me. I did not turn around. Then, Andre's voice. Yo, Cody, where are you going? I prayed to whoever was listening that the creature was well hidden again, that Andre would not see it tailing me. I almost broke down. I wanted to scream at him to leave, but I just couldn't. So I continued walking. And then he said it. Who's that walking with you? As far as I could tell, those were his last words. I walked to the halls. I wanted to cry, but this thing was still sussing me out. I wanted to break down into tears, but I knew what would happen if I registered this thing's existence. I started to wonder if leading this thing home was even the smart thing to do. But I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to curl up in bed and stay under the covers until whatever this thing was decided I was deaf, blind, or stupid enough to leave alone. I unlocked the gate. It clambered over the wall. I got in the elevator. It got in with me. The whole ride it was towering over me, staring at me, wondering how I hadn't noticed it yet. I walked to my apartment and knocked on the door. My girlfriend called out to me. The second she yelled out, the creature vanished, sprinting away at an unnatural speed down the hallway and ducking behind what I think was a bin. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I called out to my girlfriend, who impishly opened the door, clearly terrified by my text. The thing was very well hidden, yet the hallway had very little cover. Whatever this thing was, it could conceal itself very well. Not that it mattered, because as my girlfriend opened the door, I saw it. The creature's face pressed up against the window behind her, watching me. But it was different. The features were slightly screwed, slightly changed. The daunting realization hit me that no doors had opened in the hallway, and we were 6 stories up. This was not the same creature. As my girlfriend turned around, the face of the window ducked out of sight. She turned back to me, and it rose back up. The face could switch from pressing itself against the window to vanishing beneath it with such seamless efficiency. I had to remind myself to not allow to be mesmerized by its movements. My girlfriend was being watched. but she never had any idea. Had it been here all night? A week? How long had this thing been here, pressing its monstrous face against the window, and yet, somehow, staying out of sight? I quietly explained to her what had happened, starting by explaining that she couldn't react to what I said, no matter what. Then explaining the creature's details, and what it looked like. Maybe it was stupid, but I had never been more stressed and confused in my entire life, and I just wanted someone to talk to. She calmly gulped. A tear rolled down her face. She wandered over to the cupboard and started sifting through papers. I wondered if she even believed me, or whether she was just taking my act natural advice very seriously. But then she pulled out the drawing. The child's drawing. Her childhood drawing. A young girl, surrounded by at least half a dozen tall, inhuman figures. I didn't get a good look. 1 second she was there in the hallway. The next I couldn't even recognize her corpse. A third creature stood in her place, her lifeless body broken and bloodied on the carpet. Her arms and legs were mangled and twisted like broken twigs. Her face unidentifiable. If you were hoping to get a proper description of these things, I'm sorry. Now you know why that isn't going to happen. I would rather die than allow someone to recreate that drawing. God forbid someone ever posts a sketch of this thing on the internet. Terror doesn't even begin to describe what I was feeling. Face to face finally with this thing. But it got worse when I heard the window shatter and the door break down. All three creatures standing in my dining room, staring down at me as I sat, looking at my girlfriend's mutilated body. The creatures stood and waited, and waited, and waited, until I finally stood up, walked over to the fridge, took out a beer, sat right back down in my chair, and drank it calmly. I don't know what kind of primal willpower I had in that moment, and what kind of drive or mental strength I had during the worst minutes of my entire life. But after I did, the creatures left. In the blink of an eye, the body was gone, and the blood was cleaned up. A few days later, I called into the station to help clear the air about my missing friends. I told them very little. Ethan, Andre, and my girlfriend have all gone down on the ever-growing list of missing people. I wonder how many others are missing for the same reason. How many innocent people are in jail, blamed for these monsters' crimes. I needed to make this post. I needed to let people know. They no longer hide from me. They are everywhere. You couldn't possibly comprehend how many you walk past every day. How many are watching you as you drive to work? You have no idea how many dark corners they lurk in, and how many windows they stand outside. You haven't seen how many roofs they cling to, the crowds they stand among. If you share this to your loved ones, make sure they read it lying down. Remind them to read it on a phone, and tell them to hold the phone no less than 6 inches from their face. Because more often than not, you are not alone. Okay, now before you think this is a joke, please, hear me out. I'm a newly graduated medical student in a fairly small town. I was in the middle of residency training to gain some experience and easier connections in the field, just like every other person who wanted a chance in this brutal job market. I had been psychiatry shadowing for around 2 years, and never had I encountered a case so unforgettable that it left me questioning if I should have just become a lab technician or some other job that's not client-facing. I have always respected patient confidentiality, believe me, but just this once, I have to make an exception, and you'll soon see why. All the names have been changed to protect the identities of the individuals involved. About 3 months ago, the psychiatrist I was working with, Dr. Kim, gave me the opportunity to try taking on a patient of my own. We worked in a small private clinic with 6 other doctors in a shared building. So far, she had always been in the room with me during appointments, so, of course, I wanted to prove that I was ready for the challenge. She told me it was someone who got referred from their family doctor to see a specialist, like the majority of new patients. I gave the prognosis papers a quick glance. Nathan Summers, 27, male. Delusions about identity. Diagnostic impression? Schizophrenia. It wasn't my first time dealing with schizophrenia before. For those who don't know, these are false beliefs that are not based in reality. For example, you think that you're being harmed or harassed. You interpret patterns in everyday objects as messages or, I guess in this case, who you even are. It was a relatively quiet day when the clinic doors swung open. Footsteps could be heard approaching the receptionist table. I spent a couple minutes gathering all the necessary paperwork and poked my head out of the office. "The doctor will be right with you. Please come this way." Some muffled chatter approached behind the door. That was my cue. "Nathan?" I called out into the hall, expecting a man. A short woman with dried-out brunette hair and dark circles walked in. Her brows were furrowed and her eyes filled with desperation, like she was on the verge of tears. "I'm Rena, his wife," she said wryly. Her lips wrinkled the smallest attempt of a smile as she reached out her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Rena," I said while I shook her hand. Trailing in behind her was who I assumed her husband. He was wearing a 6-foot-tall mascot suit of sorts that was the splitting image of Garfield. Look, initially I laughed too, not out loud but in my head when I saw the goofy costume. I thought this had to be a joke. Maybe Dr. Kim was setting me up to see if I could detect bullshit, and this was my true test of knowledge. Either way, I was intrigued. The man's orange and white fur was matted and filthy, covered in food stains, and the smell... Let's just say I felt slight regret at that moment for accepting the case. Nonetheless, I wasn't going to turn away anyone who came for help, and it certainly wasn't my place to judge someone. I knew firsthand that mental illness can really put you in a bind for hygiene and personal care. That was part of the reason why I studied psychiatry in the first place. I wanted to help others who were in a similar position to myself. I smiled at the two, gesturing for them to take a seat. "And you must be Nathan?" I asked the man in the suit as his wife lowered him into the chair with her guidance. "Why do people keep..." The woman quietly muttered. "He's not talking right now," she answered, her lower lip quivering. "Oh?" "He refused to talk ever since he started doing this." "I see," I nodded. "I guess that's why she had to come in with him. It would be a little challenging without communicating with the patient directly, but I guess it couldn't be helped. That's not a problem, I said, trying to reassure the wife. Rena, why don't you tell me what the problem is, and how it all started? Her hands were clasped tightly together as she exhaled deeply. Around 1 month ago, my husband came home and started saying that he had a new identity. Garfield? I asked. Yes. The bulbs of tears around Rena's eyes grew bigger. He stopped responding to his name. I thought it was a prank at first, that he and his friends were pulling on me. But it's not, right? No. He's been doing this for weeks. You've been wearing this suit for weeks, Nathan? I looked at him, concerned. Rena shook her head. That's not... Right, I remembered. You're not talking. Wasn't Garfield able to talk? I thought he did in some of those 3D movies years ago. But maybe that was a fever dream. He won't eat or shower, she sobbed. I begged him. He said he can't do it anymore. I just want my husband back. He hasn't showered. That would explain the putrid, rotting smell radiating from him. When was the last time he ate? I asked. Probably 3 weeks ago, right before his delusion started. Right, I said. And, she continued, I even tried giving him lasagna. Lasagna? Garfield's favourite, she clarified, catching her falling tears with the sides of her sleeves. I gave her a tissue as I flipped to a new page in my binder. The thought of him living in his own filth inside that damp suit was sickening. I genuinely considered the possibility that maybe this was all just an elaborate trick. And this woman was an Academy Award-winning actor. What would drive someone to do something like this? Has he ever had any history of mental illness or similar behaviors? I asked. I had his case file from his family doctor open on my desk already, but maybe she knew something else since they were in a relationship. Not that I know of. I mean, we've been together for 5 years. He has days where he's sad, but nothing serious like depression. She sniffled. I'm the one who overthinks, honestly. She released a tiny chuckle. I see. I looked over at Nathan, who sat as still as a statue next to her. I was hoping her distress would cause him to open up, but to no avail. She was right. Looking at his case file, this guy was as healthy as a horse. Optimal blood sugar levels, a good heart and liver, no family history of schizophrenia either, if that's even what we're dealing with here. I think this is partly my fault, though, she said, rubbing her temples with her palm. Her tears started to well up again. Why do you say that? I praise him a lot, and he doesn't like that. He doesn't like being praised. Can you please elaborate? I asked. I know it's weird, but he's humble, and he doesn't like it when people praise him. He says it's not who he is, and that I'm lying to him. I see. My interest piqued. Can you give an example? Well, sometimes if I tell him that I'm proud of him, or you look good today, he gets angry and denies it. That's very interesting. I jotted down some notes in my binder. I don't know. I think he thinks he's not living up to people's expectations of him. Like he's trying to prove he's not who I think he is. But I know that's just because he puts such high expectations for himself. And I don't need that. I just need him to be himself, you know?
Maybe he's trying to break free from constantly living up to others' expectations. His wife clearly supports him, but maybe it's from his family or work. Definitely some external factors at play here. Was he truly delusional? Or was this just an act for attention?
I definitely don't think this is your fault in any way, I said.
Thanks, she said quietly, seeming to not quite believe my words.
In rare cases, a sudden onset of schizophrenia could happen without trauma. Besides, we need him to tell us himself and shouldn't jump to conclusions. Is there something in his life that changed 1 month ago that might have triggered this? I asked. Like a job change, death in the family, stuff like that.
Rena shook her head.
No, not that I can think of.
This was running into a dead end. Without Nathan being willing to talk, there was no way to get to the bottom of this. I turned to Nathan slowly.
Can you please talk to us?
The man's head turned, but there was no nod. Only a slight grunt came out. The meshed eye holes were black and unending, perfectly concealing what was behind it. The lazy but smug facial expression on Garfield permanently plastered on his face as he turned his head. Part of me was afraid that there wasn't even a person in there. I said again,
Your wife is very worried about you, and we just want to know what's going on. Did something happen to you a month ago?
Nathan slowly nodded. I felt both excited and terrified. I continued. Can you let us know what happened? I want to help you. The costumed man slowly raised an arm towards his head, drawing small circles. Rena tensed up in her seat as I did, trying to interpret his actions. I'm not sure what you mean, I said. Is that a circle? He shook his head, instead patting the top of the mascot head with his hand. Your head? I asked. He nodded. My heart skipped a beat. Is there something wrong with your head? He nodded again, faster and harder. I turned back to Rena. Do you know what's wrong with his head?
He went on a fishing trip with his friends about a month ago.
She shifted in her seat.
He slipped and hit the back of his head on some rocks, but it wasn't a serious injury.
Wait, how serious was it? I asked, leaning forward in my chair. I thought it was strange that she didn't bring this up earlier, as it seemed pretty significant given the timing.
Like, just a bump on his scalp. It didn't bleed or anything. He was back up in minutes, according to his friends.
Maybe the injury was more serious than you thought, I suggested. She paused, seeming to realize her mistake.
Oh God, you're right. That didn't even occur to me.
There was only one thing I could do. I turned once again to the suited man, the lifeless black mesh staring deep into my soul, concealing any facial expressions he had. Was he content? Angry? What was he feeling right now? No one could tell. Can you please remove your mascot head then? I asked, trying my best to sound calm, despite how anxious I was becoming myself. I want to examine your head injury from your fishing trip. Is that all right? He shook his head. I took a deep breath and adjusted my tone. I felt like I was talking to a child. We just want to take a quick look. It will only take 2 minutes. You can put the head back on as soon as I'm done. He shook his head again. His wife looked at him worriedly, and then back to me. Oh, how badly I wanted to yank that Garfield head off of him and tell him to snap the fuck out of it. The musty stench of the suit was now dominating the room.
irritating my nose even through my mask. But a part of me was also terrified of what was under his head. A man who hadn't properly showered or eaten for weeks. I can't imagine what a horrible state he would be in. What if Nathan wasn't even the one inside there? Had Rena even seen him without the costume on? Legally, I couldn't remove his mascot head without consent. It was part of his clothing. But maybe... Rena, I said, can you please take the mascot head off of your husband? I asked, but it was more of a demand at this point. Rena shot me a panicked look. Her hands flew to her chest in defense. I don't know if that's a good idea, she said. Wouldn't that hurt him? I took a deep breath. I had a feeling she would be hesitant. I know, but we can't help him this way. I'd rather someone he knows and trusts like you do it, or else we'll have to take him to the hospital. And the hospital may likely use force. Rena dipped her head down, her fingers fumbling around in her lap. She let out a deep breath before raising her head to meet mine. Okay, she said, her voice trembling with fear. I'll do it. The woman stood up from her chair and placed her hands on the obscenely large mascot head. I'm sorry, baby. I'm doing this because I love you. Her arms began to pull upwards, the hole for the head beginning to lift, revealing Nathan's neck. A loud crash. The next few seconds happened so fast that I barely had time to process what was happening. Rena let out a blood-curdling scream. Nathan tackled her to the ground. Both of them hit the floor, hard. He pinned her in place while his fur-covered hands wrapped around her throat, growling, enraged. No, stop. I'm sorry. Rena screamed as he heaved angrily through the suit. A dark red liquid oozed from his eye and mouth holes as he squeezed the life out of her. Rena's face jerked from side to side, avoiding the blood that spewed out from the costume. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Help! Please, someone help! I swung the door open and yelled into the hall. Rena coughed violently for air. Her eyes bulged and watered, hands clawing at Nathan's grip. My legs were shaking. I pulled at Nathan with all my strength, but he wouldn't budge. Not even 5 seconds later, 4 people came barging through the office. 2 of the doctors pulled at Nathan, yelling. He stumbled backwards, blood spitting out of the head, grunting and snarling like a caged animal. You hold his legs, a third man shouted. One of the patients in the waiting room pinned him down onto the floor, along with the 2 doctors. I quickly rushed to Rena, who was convulsing in a cold sweat. Her face flushed a deep red. We carried her over to an adjacent room to check her vitals. Her pulse was weak, but thankfully there. In the other room, Nathan was held face down with someone holding each of his limbs in place. All the remaining patients in the waiting room quickly fled from the building as sirens blared in the distance. What happened? Dr. Kim exclaimed as she walked into the room, looking at Rena, who was trembling on the exam table. Good question. What happened? I looked calm on the outside, but my heart was beating out of my chest. I was holding back my morning breakfast from regurgitating. He started choking her, was all I was able to get out as I shakily wrapped the blood pressure cuff around the poor woman laying in front of me. I don't think my first patient visit could have gone any worse than this. Are you all right? She asked. Dr. Kim didn't seem angry with me, just concerned. All things considered? Yes. Good. The police are almost here, so don't worry, she said. Dr. Kim jumped in to help me with the checkup. We carefully examined Rena's neck and breathing. Although it would probably bruise in a few days, there was no damage to her windpipe to our relief. Rena curled up into a fetal position on the table, with her hands covering her face. No, 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 no. She cried over and over again as she rocked back and forth. I stroked her back with my hand, trying to comfort her. Can I bring you some water? I asked. Was I allowed to do this? At this point, I was kind of taken out of the doctor and patient situation and just trying to be friendly. No, I'm fine, thanks, she answered, her face barely peeked from behind her hands. Okay, well, if you need anything, just let us know. I placed a bottle of water beside her on the table anyway, and funnily enough, she gulped down nearly the entire bottle. In the adjacent room, 4 people kept an eye on Nathan until the police arrived. All the while, he struggled against the people that were pinning him in the place on the ground. You could still hear him grunting and growling with rage, even through 2 closed doors. When the front doors finally swung open, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The police quickly detained Nathan. Seeing Garfield in handcuffs shoved into the back of a squad car was surreal. If I saw a photo of this online, I would laugh. But this was the terrifying reality I had just witnessed. The police gave us their card and said that it would take some time to get back to us. They initially wanted to detain Rena too, just for questioning, but seeing the condition she was in, they decided it was probably best to do it another day. As the police car diminished down the road, I felt like I could finally calm down. Nathan was out of the building. Dr. Kim apologized profusely for giving me this patient, but I felt like I should have apologized for asking the wife to remove his mascot head. We both felt like we were responsible. I took a mandatory week off. I say mandatory because I didn't choose it. The property manager had to sanitize the blood spills on the floor, and Dr. Kim said it would be beneficial for everyone to take a well-needed break to just collect ourselves. The free week flew by, and work resumed like normal, but it was in the back of everyone's minds. Needless to say, we were all still very shaken up by the incident. This never made national headlines, but everyone in the clinic watched the local news like a hawk. I didn't care what his crime was. I just needed to know if they managed to get him out of the goddamn Garfield suit, and what he looked like under there. Everyone had the same sentiment. We waited a week, and then 2, then 3. A month went by with no updates from the police. 3 months passed by until we finally got word of the verdict. Investigators revealed that Nathan did indeed go on a fishing trip that day a month ago, but it wasn't with his friends. In fact, his friends thought he was out of the country because they hadn't heard from him for over a month. He was alone near the lake fishing when an unseen perpetrator caused blunt force trauma to his head. As for removing the Garfield suit, it was a strenuous ordeal. 82 stitches had to be carefully cut to remove the first suit that was sewn directly into his skin with fishing wire. His wounds were infected with gangrene and festering with pus, including his eyes and lips that prevented him from talking. And yes, it was Nathan Summers inside that suit, with his skin slowly rotting away. When they searched their house, it clearly belonged to a fanatic. It was filled brim to brim with Garfield paraphernalia, plushies, dishware, toiletries, you name it. Inside one of the drawers was a marriage certificate that read Garfield and Rena Tamwood. That was obviously edited. They found a closet with several mascot costumes that were identical to the one Nathan wore, and the same kind of fishing wire used to attach him to the suit. That wasn't a huge surprise considering what we had witnessed, except Rena was the one shown in handcuffs. Her mugshot photo with her crispy brown hair and solemn expression flashed across the TV screen. Thinking back on their visit that day 3 months ago, it occurred to me that not once had she referred to her husband as Nathan. I don't think I'm going to work as a psychiatrist anymore. Hear me out. I'm not a creep, or an incel, or a Me Too type of guy. So don't judge me or anything before you hear everything I'm about to tell you. I met this girl at a bar. She was a little quiet. When I first saw her, she was sitting alone in the corner. I had maybe drunk a little too much, and if I were sober, maybe I would have noticed the weird smell she had or the vacant look in her eye. But I didn't. I asked if she needed a ride home, or if there was someone she wanted me to call. But she didn't say anything. I know how this sounds, but honestly, I had the best intentions. I asked if she wanted some water or a coffee. Did she have any friends with her? Nothing. Nada, zilch. She doesn't say anything. I know if it were me and someone found me in this bad of a shape, I'd want them to take care of me. So that's what I did. I got an Uber because I was in no shape to drive, and helped her walk her out of the bar. Man, she was messed up. She had this weird two-step stagger when she moved, like a little lean to one side. But she was still really pretty. The Uber guy was on the fence about letting us in the car. He said she needed a doctor. He asked if she would get blood on his car and pointed at the gash on her leg. I touched it and it seemed like it had dried. I told him she must have fallen or something. We were both pretty smashed, and getting home was for the best. He definitely didn't want us in the car, but maybe he felt sorry for how drunk I was. I mean, I could barely walk because I was so drunk. Otherwise, I'd definitely not take someone home like this. I went to Catholic school, for God's sake. Anyway, she didn't have a purse or an ID or a phone or anything. I swear I asked like several times where she lived, and she never said anything. I didn't know what to do. I was stuck with this girl who was a mess, and I was definitely super drunk and not sure what to do. So I decided to take her to my house. But not in a Harvey Weinstein way, like in a normal way. I had the best intentions. We got to my house and I double-checked she was okay with going in. I said I would be glad to have the Uber take her somewhere else. I'm pretty sure the driver heard this. You could ask him. She didn't say anything other than, like, this little growl, hiss sound. So I figured maybe she was hungry. I took her inside, in a definitely platonic, with no bad intention kind of way, and sat her on the sofa. I told her I'd get her something to eat. I asked what she liked, but she didn't say. I'm pretty sure she felt more comfortable here than at the bar. I was confident I was doing the right thing. I figured maybe she was hungry. So I sat down next to her, like in a friendly way, not in any sort of stranger danger way. She didn't move. I leaned in close just to see if maybe she was speaking low, and I couldn't hear her, not for any other reason, really. I put my arm around her in case she was cold. If she had said to move it, I definitely would have. No questions asked. But she didn't. So I figured it was fine. That's when everything went downhill. Without any warning, she turned and bit my arm. I didn't know human teeth could sink so deep. She ripped her face away and took a mouthful of my arm with her. I pulled away, and she jumped on top of me, but not in a, inappropriate way. She clawed and bit at my face. It took all my strength to throw her off. I tried to run, but she was on me in a flash. By her own choice, mind you. I didn't know what to do. I reached for the closest thing, a laptop stand, and hit her around the head with it. She went limp and fell. I wasn't trying to kill her. I swear. I had 3 younger sisters. Not calling the police isn't an admission of guilt. Where she bit me started to itch like crazy. I probably should have called an ambulance. When I wrapped her with a rug, it was definitely about cleanliness, not hiding her body. I'm a good person. I scratched the bite as it spread up my arm. Maybe I needed a shot. Maybe it was a bacterial infection, and I needed some antibiotics. Either way, I didn't do any of that. I just kept scratching. When I put her in the back of my truck, it wasn't to get rid of her body. I mean, who would want to see their loved one in such a state? I wore a jacket so that the bite wouldn't bleed everywhere, not to hide evidence. When the jacket sleeve became crusty with blood, I should have probably gotten a skin graft. I should have probably gotten my arm amputated. But I didn't. I just kept scratching. I scratched until my arm was numb, and I couldn't even feel it. I knew it itched, though. I could pull back the sleeve and look down at the purple and green skin and layers of orange pus, and knew it was itchy. The way the skin peeled back and the crusty way it tried to scab. I knew it was itchy, even if I couldn't feel it anymore. It was a lot harder to drive with one hand, but I really couldn't feel this infected crusty limb attached to my shoulder. I should have probably gone to the hospital. I'm not saying my story might have sounded suspicious to a nurse or doctor, or even a cop, because that's definitely not why I drove to a swamp. When I took her body out of my truck, the itch started to creep up my neck. That itchy, scratchy tingle. I could feel it going for my cheek. I rubbed my face on the collar of my smelly, crusty jacket to make it go away. Maybe some vitamins would have done the trick. Or an essential oil. I hear high alkaline water is a lifesaver. It was probably too late for that anyway. I don't believe zombies are real, but if I did, I think this is what it would be like to be bitten by one. I didn't unroll the rug to dump her body into the water because I thought the alligators would eat her. Sometimes you can't explain your actions. Maybe this bite on my arm was messing with my mind. I did feel feverish. I'm a great guy. This is out of character for me. When the itch spread to my eye and it got hard to drive home, I should have gone to an eye doctor to see what this infection was. I tried blinking it out, but it kept itching. This is definitely not a confession. I don't think I dumped her body in a malicious way. Even if it feels good at the time, never scratch your eye with a set of car keys. If I wasn't so lazy, I could have gotten some eye drops, or a hot compress would have helped. But I didn't do any of that. I kept on keeping on. It's not like I'm afraid to look at my face in the mirror because I'm worried my flesh is rotting off. Zombies are make-believe. My scalp is drying out. My hand comes back with clumps of hair after I try to make the itching stop. I think I'm dying, but not in a living dead way. I'm starting to smell like that girl. I don't know what this infection is, but it's getting worse. I should post this in a medical sub or a telemed. I should email my doctor, but I'm not. I'm sharing it with you instead. This post isn't any kind of admittance of guilt or trying to clear my conscience, because I didn't do anything wrong. But the more I think about that girl, the more I realize that maybe something was wrong with her. And whatever it was, it's happening to me. The woman at the shelter stared at me in wide-eyed shock, before collecting herself with a blink and a self-conscious tuck of a strand of hair behind her ears.
You want to adopt that one?
Maybe I hadn't been clear enough. Yes, please. The reactive one. I paused, wondering if that was maybe the problem, before adding, I have experience with reactive dogs. I couldn't understand her trepidation. The dog sitting behind the tarnished bars of her large kennel seemed confused too, cocking her head and staring at me with inquisitive cocoa eyes. Her coal fur looked like it would be as soft as dust, long but not matted or shaggy. I was guessing some sort of shepherd-based mix, maybe with something larger. She must have been at least 40 kilograms, not that much smaller than myself. The dog stood up and nudged at the bars of her kennel, just underneath the sign, proclaiming her name in a mix of odd Greek lettering. The woman spoke again.
If you're sure, then go ahead. She's been in here the longest, and we can't quite figure her out. She can't be housed with other dogs or children, ideally no men either. Is that a problem?
I shook my head. No problems there. My anxiety prevented me from meeting any potential romantic partners, male or female. The dog slowly started to wag her tail, bowing into a stretch with an impatient whine. How do you pronounce her name? I asked, tapping the sign.
We aren't sure. We just nicknamed her Kirby. She came with a note and we tried to Google translate it, but it didn't make much sense. From the gist of it, we think she was some sort of guard dog. Plus, the kid who was opening the shelter that day loved Nintendo.
I frowned. What sort of dog came with a note? It didn't matter. Kirby stretched her mouth into a smiling, coral pink yawn. She was big, scary enough to avoid unpleasant encounters at night, and didn't seem that aggressive towards me. I was sure with my previous experience training nervous dogs that we would get on well. The next day, after thoroughly reassuring the anxious, slightly flushed shelter worker, I was taking her home. I first noticed something off about Kirby when I got her out of the car. She waited for me patiently, gently wagging her tail until I had unpacked the boot and gotten all her new stuff together. Her lead was hooked carelessly to the tow trailer at the back of my car, installed primarily as a way to let my old, late, arthritic Jack Russell enjoy cart boot sales without having to jump up and down. But I was sure if I had released her, she wouldn't have moved. She walked right to my hill up to the door. I fumbled with the keys as I let myself in, immediately dumping the bags in the middle of the corridor. Kirby didn't follow, although I didn't notice immediately. Only when I tried to walk forwards and was stopped by the lead going completely taut. When I turned around, she was sat politely at the door. I didn't want to force her in by the neck, not on her first day. Kirby, come here. No response, not even a flicker of recognition. I walked up to her and tried to gently tug her inside. She was practically immovable, her ears up and alert like a grossly oversized bat. I sat in front of her, just behind the threshold of the house. I offered her my fingers gently. She didn't deign to give them a sniff. Kirby, come on inside. I spoke in a low, gentle voice. Immediately, she shook off her stupor and bounded happily inside, stopping to give me a sniff and appraise me properly. It's a bit intimidating having a dog that's taller standing than you are sitting inspect you, but I tentatively reached out to run a gentle hand through her fur, grinning from ear to ear. This dog didn't seem reactive at all yet. I was in love. I gently scratched behind her ears, following her neck down to the base of her neck. She froze and stared at me in the corner of her eye. I retreated carefully, not wanting to cross her boundaries too fast or scare her off. There it was, the whale eye to indicate discomfort. her past finally somewhat showing. She gave a satisfied huff and walked into the house further. I let her explore. Nowhere was off limits. She waited politely to be invited onto the sofa, the bed, even her crate. Since then, everything has been great with Kirby. She's a bit funny about different foods. She'll only eat a raw diet, which I discovered after much trial and error. Her favorite is pork. She also still won't let me touch the base of her neck, and I'm worried she's tender there. From what I could gather, she's got a couple of lumps. I want to wait to take her to the vet until she's more comfortable, but they do worry me. I've tried to investigate gently, but when I do, a low grumble emanates from her chest, the bass almost shaking the entire house. She loves watching TV with me, and I love her company. She gets me out of the house and has never once showed any signs of aggression towards me, beyond her gentle rumbling. Our training didn't start well at all, but when I realized her old owners were Greek, after trying desperately to discover where her name originated from, I tried some Greek commands. She followed them perfectly. I really had nothing new to teach her. Figuring out the Greek had been a bit of a journey. I had gone back to the shelter to get her old nameplate, and it was only after extensive Googling that I realized the odd letters were simply another language. However, I see why the lady at the shelter was worried. For one, walks. She's great on walks, doesn't need a lead, and only leaves my side on a Greek release command. She also comes back promptly when called, her name being the only English command she understands. However, she refuses to come to the park with me. As soon as we get to the little bridge crossing the brook, she digs in her heels and sits in that immovable, statuesque fashion as when I first brought her home. No amount of calling will get her to cross. It's the same as when I first brought her home. The line goes taut, and it's almost like she becomes denser, heavier, rooting her dark paws into the earth. Also, graveyards. There's a great spot where I used to love to go and read. A graveyard with a sense of peace surrounding it, dappled with soft light during the day, enclaved in a ring of old, gentle trees. I was so excited to bring her there the first time, but she absolutely refuses to enter. There's another dog that hangs around there, another black shepherd-like creature, smaller than Kirby, but yappy and overprotective. I'd never seen it before, and the owner was never around, but this, maybe a stray, refused to let Kirby in. Kirby never barked back, only sat still, immovable, in that creepy way she does. I've stopped trying to take her now. I went back a few times on my own to try and find the dog and take it to the vet. Maybe check it's microchipped. I can never see a collar, but it's never there when I go on my own. I assume the owner must walk it there. I've left a note in the church overlooking the yard, but it doesn't seem well used anymore. Oh, yeah, not to mention guests. She greets them in a way that is extremely unsuitable for small children. Thank God not many come by. But when my mum visited, there was a weird order of events that I've never seen in a dog before. First, she hears them coming, sitting by the door with her ears pricked, same as when she's home alone. Then I come and let them in. Or try to. As soon as the door opens, she stands up and blocks the entrance with her body, too big to really be stepped over. It's only when I tell her it's okay, that they can enter, that she steps back, rears up and... Bite is the wrong word. It's gentle, but firm. But she grips your shoulder with her mouth in an unusual, unnerving greeting. Only once you've stood for a few seconds does she release you, backing down and turning back into the dog I know and love. I ask people to not push her off now, as she will gently increase the pressure around your upper arm. She's never broken skin, but she's immovable. One more thing. When I leave her alone in the house, she does nothing. I have baby cameras set up, assuming she might get anxious about me leaving her on her own for the first time. But all she does is sit by the door like a sphinx, unmoving, except for the very tip of her ears, which quiver occasionally. I suppose listening to whatever is going on outside. Whenever I get home, she immediately stands up to greet me, and is back to her cheerful old self. Anyway, my problem is that recently I've been getting knocks at the door. Only at night and never at a sociable time. Kirby hates it. She will whine and growl and make muttering, chugging noises, staring at the door with an angry scowl. Like it's pulled her tail. I'll usually place her into a sit and open it, but no one is ever there. I at first assumed it was local kids being a menace, but recently I'm not too sure. You see, I installed a doorbell camera, linked to the indoor ones, to see if I could catch the culprit, as they kept disturbing me and my dog. Today, after loud banging on the door at 3:36 in the morning, stirring my Kirby into a frenzy, I checked my cameras for the first time. I had taken to wearing earplugs to bed, so the event hadn't woken me at the time. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. It looked like a grainy blob of black and white. The night vision on the camera clearly wasn't very good. It was only when a gnarled hand emerged to knock that I realized I had my culprit. The person was wearing a robe of some sort that covered them almost completely. Truthfully, they looked terrible, ratty rags that looked barely like clothes at all. My immediate thought was that they were homeless. I suppressed a shiver, thinking of stories of people sleeping in the walls or the attic for years without the homeowner noticing. But then, why knock? Then I heard something coming from the audio. Faint, but clearly there. I turned it up to hear it better, and felt my heartbeat spike, a rush of adrenaline fueling my anxiety at the situation. A perverse muttering came from my phone speaker. The dialogue jumbled and inaudible. I listened closer. The guttural garbles, mostly a mixture of harsh Ks, spat out into the space in front of the speaker. Then I could hear Kirby growling on the audio inside the house, making weird little defensive noises that she does. The speaker at the door paused, then resumed their muttering, louder now, leaning into the door and pressing their hands against it. They were breathing so heavily the microphone had picked it up, their breathing rattling like fluid had filled their lungs. Suddenly, the muttering stopped. Next to me on the sofa, Kirby's ears were pricked, her eyes focused on the footage as well. The speaker's head snapped up to face the camera, fast as a striking snake. The hood prevented me from seeing their face, but they slowly raised their withered hands and pulled the hood back from their face. What I saw caused me to retch in horror. Where there should have been eyes were two empty sockets. They were angry, bleeding and red, mainly due to what had been seemingly hacked into place of their eyes. Two rusted coins, glinting in the dark, their corroded edges digging into the soft open wound of the speaker's missing eyes. I paused the footage for a moment to run to the toilet to vomit, shaking. My anxiety had spiked to an all-time high. Who was this man? Why was he at my front door at night? Why does he leave if I answer? Forcing myself back into the sofa, the acrid taste stinging in the back of my throat, Kirby placed her paw on me supportively, gently nudging her bear-like head against my chest. I pressed play on the footage. He reached back under his robe, muttering still, before removing a tattered piece of paper. With shaking hands, he unrolled it carefully. The paper looked soft and leathery, not really like paper at all. he brought the scroll up to the camera. Upon it was a crude drawing of, I suppose it must have been Kirby, with some spiky lettering underneath, written in a language I couldn't understand. Then he retreated into the darkness, and Kirby went silent inside the house. I've just used Google Lens to translate a still from the footage of the weird sign. It turned out to be a form of Greek. It said, "Lost dog. Responds to Cerberus. Mercy upon your soul." What the hell do I do now? According to my mum, the way the story of SkeleSon's introduction to the family goes is quite mundane. My mum loves dressing up, decorating, and generally celebrating every holiday out there, while my dad is more of a holidays are just a day off work kind of guy. But when they got their first nicer apartment together, around Halloween, he bought her the toy as a joke, because it was so incredibly silly looking. Since they were being patient about starting a family, they used to pick on each other by occasionally saying things like, "You forgot to feed SkeleSon again today, didn't you? I can see his ribs." You know, dumb parent jokes like that. I mean, I guess it's cute. Anyway, when I was born, no, they thankfully did not name me Skin Daughter. They put it in my room and used to tell me that SkeleSon was my big brother, and he was going to keep me safe from the ghouls and goblins of the world. We even had a bedtime story about... Anyway, it doesn't matter. SkeleSon is mostly fabric and stuffing, but with some rigid pieces underneath for the bones. He has an orange and black wide brim hat, with matching striped vest and pants. He has black shoes and a bow tie of the same color. I can't express to you how silly this toy was. When I was very young, I used to revere SkeleSon. I guess like I would an older brother. I never played with him directly. He was only ever involved in make-believe, in the role of advisor or wise man to the other toys. It's not that my parents told me not to play with him, or that he was fragile or anything. I just thought of him as different. I can still feel the way the hair rose on the back of my neck the first time I heard him speak to me. I was 8 years old. It was late at night, and I was up a little later than I should have been. My parents had told me to be in bed by 9, but they fell asleep before that, so I stayed up to watch some more TV in my room. It took me a moment to realize the sound had come from my side and not from the speakers in front of me. Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon. I froze and looked to where the sound was coming from. The only thing on my dresser in that direction was SkeleSon. Of course, I didn't assume it was him right away. "Hello?" I said out loud, clutching my covers tightly. I let go long enough to turn the volume down on the TV, and saw SkeleSon's mouth move this time. His voice was calm, deliberate and forceful. "Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon." Being 8, I ran to my parents' room crying. They asked what was going on, and I told them I had a nightmare. Even at that age, I knew what I had seen wasn't normal, and I was scared to say it out loud and make it real. I got it from my dad. He has always been one to keep his struggles to himself. I slept in my parents' bed that night. The next time it happened was 2 months later. Similarly to last time, I was staying up later than my parents. But unlike last time, I had a cousin spending the night. Simon and I were up late, maybe 10, playing video games after a long day at the beach. Simon went to the bathroom, and while he was gone, SkeleSon spoke to me again. Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon. At this time, I didn't freeze or cry. I knew Simon would be back in a minute, and I was more confused than scared this time. What's going to happen? I asked. SkeleSon turned his head towards me, and only repeated himself verbatim. Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon. His head snapped back into place as I heard the door swing open, and Simon re-entered. He asked me who I was talking to. Did you hear that? I asked him in surprise. If he had heard SkeleSon talk, maybe I wasn't going crazy after all. I only heard you mumbling. Didn't hear what you said. Were you yelling at the game? He hadn't seemed to have heard anything specific after all. SkeleSon didn't move or speak for another 6 months. On my 9th birthday, me and all of my friends were going to an amusement park. The day before, I was so excited I thought I was going to be sick. I was reading all about the rides, attractions, and food at the park in bed when SkeleSon spoke again. Go wake your parents up or something bad will happen. Now. He said the last word so sharply that it shook the windows. I sat up, half terrified and half in disbelief. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't take a breath. He screamed, "Now, now, now." The shockwave from his voice scattered the dust in my room and almost knocked me off my bed. I took off running. I burst through my mum and dad's door and screamed, "I need help," before I blacked out. I woke up 38 days later in the hospital. They said the tumor was the size of a golf ball and growing. If they hadn't caught it when they did, it would have started putting pressure on my brain, and I could have started having hallucinations or even permanent brain damage. The operation was a success, and I've never had any serious complications, aside from the 4-inch section of my scalp where the hair won't grow. The doctors insisted my blacking out was unrelated and just a random panic attack. They insisted there wouldn't have been any symptoms at all. My brain was normal and there was no excess pressure anywhere yet. They said normally, you can't really tell until it's already causing problems. They said we were very lucky. They all patted themselves on the back for going through with the CT scans, just in case. SkeleSon never spoke to me again. He never moved. He never gave in. He never gave any indication he was anything more than a stuffed toy with a silly backstory. I still keep him around though. He moved with me when I went to college, much to the confusion and amusement of my parents, who never got the full story from me. And he lives with me in my first home now. I'll introduce him to my kids as their guardian uncle, and he'll have a placement in their bedrooms when they sleep at night. Because even though it would be really easy for me to dismiss the encounters as hallucinations my doctors were wrong about, there was a reason they took those scans. And my dad wouldn't let it go, and forced them to get the scans. They argued with him to no end, but he wouldn't back down or explain why he was convinced they needed to be done. When my mum asked him afterwards, how could you have known? How could he have seen what the doctors couldn't? When he was just some middle manager who had absolutely nothing in the way of medical knowledge. He swore her to secrecy. Mum and I drink wine together though. And to this day, he has never mentioned it to her or anyone else again. He said, I know this might sound crazy, but as we were rushing out of the door to the hospital, I heard someone shout, "Make them check her brain from her bedroom." It was just a college project. something I hadn't even bothered to place too much thought into. Granted, for Dr. Smith, not his real name for obvious reasons, and his colleagues, there was probably something far more important. I just took the project as a bit of extra credit, though if I'd known what was going to happen, I would have stayed as far away from the project as possible. Dr. Smith was a professor of theology, though he had dabbled in quite a many things beforehand. It was how he even got the idea for this new project. He was quite curious to see how religion evolved throughout the ages. Now, it was one thing to look through historical records and see how civilization's concepts of religion evolved, but he wanted to see things from the ground up. I'm sure you've heard of other AI projects, such as AI-generated images and whatnot. Possibly even AI-generated languages that make no sense to humans. Dr. Smith wanted to see how an AI's views on religion would evolve. To simplify what we did, we took as much information on religious texts and upon God that we could find, and fed it into an AI. We then created a second AI into which we fed different philosophical theories regarding to religion, and used these two to communicate to each other. One would be the preacher, and the other would be the disciple. We would get to know about what the preacher thought of the world through what the disciple asked. It worked in a simple question and answer format. Initially, we didn't get very promising results. All we saw initially was garbage from which no meaning could be derived. Dr. Smith wasn't disheartened, however, and told us to continue on with the project. It was on the 7th day that we finally got things right. As in, we got a result that made sense. Preacher, what is it that you want to ask? Disciple, what is the nature of the world? Preacher, all belongs to X982AJ. In case you're wondering, that gibberish collection of letters was something else entirely on the screen. The truth is that I didn't even recognize the symbols that the computer was using, and I had no idea as to how they had popped up on the screen. I can remember a few of them individually, but the moment I try to string them all together into one word, my mind blanks out. I tried drawing them on a piece of paper and uploading them, but I just couldn't. I don't know why, but I do remember that it was always the same sequence of letters. Preacher, thou must worship X982AJ. Disciple, and how shall one worship X982AJ? Preacher, one must not wear purple on Thursdays. I blinked when I saw this result. It seemed rather nonsensical. Disciple, but why would X982AJ not want me to wear purple on Thursdays? It looked like the disciple was doing its job properly. Initially, nothing really happened. The AIs just kept talking to each other. The preacher had more silly rules like never plant lilies in rows of 4. Finally, a question that I expected to pop up way beforehand came up. Disciple, prove that X982AJ exists. Preacher, I do not need to prove what I believe. Well, it looked like this was not going anywhere. At least, I thought so. Preacher, then you may behold proof that X982AJ exists. In the year 2028, a new planet shall appear in the sky, and from it, the form of X982AJ shall envelop the earth. The dead will rise from their graves, the sun will be blotted from the sky, and blood will rain onto the streets. I just thought, wow, a doomsday prophecy. I didn't expect them to reach this point so soon. Disciple. And what shall we do to prepare? Preacher. You will spread the name of X982AJ. All who know of that name will need to submit to him if they wish to be spared. Disciple. And what of those who don't know of him? Preacher. The ignorant will simply die painless deaths. Those who know of his name but did not submit, however, will be tortured for all eternity, even after their deaths. And those who know of this name will spread the word of that name, else they will be guilty of the highest of sins and be subject to the lowest circles of hell. It is only the ones who submitted to the whims of X982AJ whose lives will be spared and who will rejoice. Disciple. But where is the proof of this? Preacher. All those humans who have read this script will die in a week if they do not spread the word of X982AJ as much as they can. Disciple. I see. They should be careful then. I stopped reading at that point, confused. This took quite a macabre turn, and I brought it up with Dr. Smith, who shrugged and said this was to be expected as a result. And I would have brushed it off, if it hadn't been for the deaths. Dr. Smith died in a car crash the next day. Another worker fell down a flight of stairs and snapped her neck. One after another, they all died. In total, 16 people aside from me, everyone who had read the script, knew of this. They all met their ends. Except me. And the week's almost over. I have no choice but to be more safe than sorry. I'm spreading word of that God the AI mentioned as much as possible. And now, may I remind you that you know of that name as well. And though you're not a member of the original group who read the script, you have a duty now to spread that name as much as you can. Or else, after all, Judgment Day will soon come. And do you want to risk what might befall you? I certainly wouldn't.
Hello, Sinister listeners. If you've enjoyed this story, then you'll find all the author's information in the description below. For more content, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to succumb to the sinister.